Apparently I muted myself. Good job, me. I don't know how long I was muted for, but, yeah, hey, today was Memorial Day, so to anybody and everybody who was and is serving, thank you. It's been a rough day. I got up to go do some stuff this morning, and then 5 minutes before I had to do it, was basically trying to fight off puking in my hands. So I missed a couple of things and got through what I needed to get through, and then basically slept all day. And then just woke up maybe like 15, 20 minutes ago. I was really, really, really hurting. So apparently I'm still sick, which means, because I really don't want to upset the apple cart today, we are going to be doing some Bing chilling. We're going to be watching videos. We're going to be looking at new stuff and just hanging out. Just hanging out, finding some fun shit to watch. Yeah. It's just been one of those days. I haven't eaten anything yet. I got a cup of coffee and I got water. I drank a fuck ton of water this morning. So yeah, that's about it. But how is everybody else doing? How are you guys? Enough about me. Trust me, I've been dealing with me all day. I'd rather not deal with me anymore. So how are you guys doing? Before we get started, because I do have videos that I do want to watch with you guys for sure. So yeah, how we all doing today? There, and then I got one more that I need to bring up. There we go. Cool. So, we got a little bit of news before we get going with the videos and stuff like that. Some interesting stuff's been happening over the last couple of days. I'm also kind of sick. I swear to God, we're all getting sick. What is going on? Also, I did hear something. Hang on. You had lunch twice today. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I can't find it, but it's not that big of a deal. Whatever. Okay. On to the news. If I hit the right thing. There we go. Ubisoft seemingly teases remake of one of the best Assassin's Creed games. An official Ubisoft social media account may be teasing a remake of one of the best Assassin's Creed games, Black Flag. Black Flag was released by Ubisoft in 2013 as the sixth mainline installment in the series, and to this day it is widely considered one of the best installments in the series, alongside the likes of AC2, Brotherhood, and Odyssey. Previously, Ubisoft has confirmed that there is more than one Assassin's Creed remake in the works, and equally previous reports claim one of these is a remake of Black Flag. That is the background information. The new information is that over on social media platform X, the official Assassin's Creed UK account hopped on a 2-month X trend to post about Black Flag. Now it's posting about the 12-year-old Assassin's Creed game is odd enough, but using a 2-month trend that has since died out is even odder. Now, is there anything to the post which can be shown below? We don't know, but as you would expect, it has caught the attention of the internet, and the replies, some have taken it as a tease or not so subtle nod and wink to what is in the pipeline. So here is the original tweet. Unfortunately, you've lost your memory. Unfortunately, I don't remember this trend. I really don't. Much less do I care what the trend is, but yeah, I did like Disco Elysium, though. It's just really, really, really sad that I can't play it anymore, which is a bummer. It is worth noting that knowing what the rumors are, whoever runs the Assassin's Creed UK X account could just be having some fun at the expense of AC fans, desperate for some official information and confirmation after years of rumors about a Black Flag remake. Right now, this is the extent of the potential tease. If the situation evolves, we will be sure to update the story accordingly. In the meantime, be sure to take this post and the speculation it has created with a grain of salt. For more Assassin's Creed coverage, including all of the AC news, all the latest AC news, all the latest AC rumors and leaks, and all of the latest AC speculation, click here, which I'm not going to do. So I bring this up because I'm gonna be honest, if this is true, that, I don't know, to me it doesn't seem like a good sign for them. It really, really doesn't. And kind of here's why. Because Assassin's Creed Shadows, the latest update, unlocks the pre-order bonus quest for all players, includes the Dead by Daylight collaboration and more. Which is really, really weird, because these are the same people that wanted to charge you $130 to make sure that you could get the exclusive pre-order bonus quest and play 3 days early. And now that they have your money, they're just unlocking it for everybody, which usually isn't a good sign. I'm not saying that like places like Tarkov are any better, because Tarkov is, I know they've been screwing people over for years. But I do have to hand it to Tarkov. Generally speaking, if they have something that is an exclusive purchase, it is left to those people who exclusively purchased it. So, yeah. Meanwhile, Ubisoft doing this is not good. Ubisoft Quebec has published the patch notes for Shadow's next title update, which will be available on the PS5, Xbox, and PC tomorrow, which is May 27th. The update makes the Thrown to the Dogs quest, which was previously only available for players who pre-ordered Shadows, available to all players. It also includes a collaboration event between Assassin's Creed Shadows and Dead by Daylight with an entirely new DBD-inspired quest. Ubisoft teases the premise of the quest in the patch notes, but doesn't go into specific details. Quote, as villagers begin to disappear, Naue becomes suspicious of the strange presence attacking the local people of Harima. The patch notes read, to succeed, you will need to master unique mechanics in order to confront a formidable otherworldly threat. There's also a much smaller collaboration with Balatro, which doesn't add a Balatro-themed quest, but a new trinket for Naue and an amulet for Yasuke that are both inspired by Balatro. Ubisoft also made 2 key improvements to the game's parkour system. Now, when you're climbing up or down a building, so long as the directional inputs don't change, you will continue to sprint without having to re-engage sprinting. Also, Naue and Yasuke can now vertically jump up to grab any ledge, awnings, or overhangs within reach, reducing the need to rely on vertical wall runs. There are also a number of features that have been added to the game's photo mode, like being able to alter the time of day or for a photo or save custom filters. And as with any major patch, there's also a slew of bug fixes across multiple aspects of the game. So, I don't know. This, to me, plus the rumors, it sounds like they're kind of scrambling. Yeah, I really, really, really don't like talking about Assassin's Creed Shadows anymore. The damage has already been done. We know this. Me personally, though, I'm really, really hoping that this isn't like the last desperate attempt when it comes to Ubisoft, because Ubisoft hasn't had a game that has been commercially really viable for quite a while. They hyped the shit out of Star Wars Outlaws, and that didn't go so well. They hyped the shit out of Assassin's Creed Shadows, and that went even worse. And both of them commercially, although they sold really well, I'm going to be honest, to me, it's constantly looked like nothing but a commercial failure. Not saying that the games are bad, but it hasn't been looking good for them for quite a long time. And again, this is usually an indicator that something has gone very, very wrong. I remember back in the day, and this was, I mean, hell, even as far back as Metal Gear Solid 5, right? In Metal Gear Solid 5, you were told that you would get early access to certain things if you pre-ordered. But that's what you would get. You would get early access, right? So anything and everything that they promised the people who pre-ordered, everybody else would eventually get. Unless you got something like the press kit, or you got one of the evaluation copies, something like that. You were told up front what was going to happen, right? Whereas maybe this is a translation error. I don't know, but I highly doubt it, considering this isn't Ubisoft's first rodeo. Assassin's Creed flat out said that if you pre-order, you get a bonus quest, right? And I think it was like 3 days early. And the only way that you could do those is if you pre-ordered the game, but it had to be the $130 version, or you signed up before the game was released for whatever their streaming thing is. And those are the only ways that you could get the bonus quest and play the game, the full game. Now they're just saying, nope, everybody gets it. To me, I don't know. To me, that I kind of feel like that's slimy, and I kind of feel like there's more than a few people that are probably a little pissed. Probably a wee bit pissed off. So yeah, that's what's going on with Ubisoft. There's your update. But here is the most heinous one out of everything, and I really, really hope you guys are sitting down for this, because, somebody's shooting themselves in the foot again. Are you ready for this? Borderlands boss defends $80 price tag and says real fans will find a way to make it happen. The new industry standard price for AAA games has jumped once again, with each one of the big three gaming companies announcing price hikes and trying to pretend that this has absolutely nothing to do with Nintendo doing it first. One affected game will likely be Borderlands 4, which was announced shortly after the absolutely terrible movie, in an attempt to either tie it in or save face. If developer Gearbox is concerned with salvaging the brand's reputation, though, they may want to look inward. Randy just needs to keep his mouth shut. Oh, yeah. Gearbox CEO Randy Pitchford has taken to Twitter to defend the game's as yet unconfirmed $80 price tag, using the time-honored strategy of essentially calling his audience broke. Pitchford had this to say: "If you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen. My local game store had Starflight for Sega Genesis for $80 in 1991 when I was just out of high school working minimum wage in an ice cream parlor in Pismo Beach, and I found a way to make it happen." I'll talk a little bit in a couple of minutes about that, but we'll continue for now. "I'm not sure there's a worse way to drive off potential buyers short of calling them a slur. You'll buy the $80 base game, you'll buy the $100 deluxe edition, you'll buy the $50 season pass every year, and you'll like it, or you're not a true fan. Encouraging prospective customers to put the needs of your company ahead of their own day-to-day needs is about as scummy as it gets, and it's no surprise that the statement has been met with backlash. No matter what price Borderlands 4 ends up dropping at, it's a lose-lose situation. Either it's $80 and the outrage continues, or it's the more traditional 60 to 70 and Randy caused this massive PR shit show for no reason." The other thing that I would really, really like to bring up, again, is talking about how absolutely bonkers this statement is, And it's bonkers specifically because, listen, I played the game Starflight, okay, for Sega Genesis back in the day. I played it. Yes, it was $80. Yes, my parents ended up getting it for me. But there is a vast difference between what was $80 back then and why it was $80 versus what is $80 now and why. Things were $80 to $90 in some areas back in the day of the original, like, Sega Genesis and Master System and Nintendo and hell, even Super Nintendo and N64, by the way. And same thing with PlayStation, because we're literally talking about the first, second, and third generations, right? Those generations didn't really have any standard price point at the time. They just didn't. So if there was a game that took a little bit more time to put together or was a real bitch or had like something really, really special about it, chances are you'd be paying up the ass. For instance, GoldenEye for N64 is a perfect example. GoldenEye, if I remember correctly, was at the very least $70 to $80 when it came out. And nobody batted an eyelash because they knew, well, hey, you know what? It's a new IP. Rare's been around for a while, but they give us really, really, really good stuff. And overall, you know, we know without even having seen any gameplay footage that it's actually going to be worth the $70, $80 in some places, maybe even sometimes $90, right? That this thing is selling for. There's nothing wrong with that. The other thing, too, is that he's using one game that was $80 in 1991 as an example as to why everybody should move to $80. Right? So let me just look something up here. 1991 dollars today. Okay, so inflation calendar. Let's do 1991. So $1 in 1991 is worth $2.37, right? So let's do $80. So what he's saying is that I paid $80. Let me put it this way. I think what he's saying is I paid $80 for a game that even by today's standards probably goes for the better part of about $200. And I did it when I was some broke-ass little idiot working at an ice cream parlor. You can do it too. That's not really how it works. That's really not how it works. You gotta remember, in 1991, $80 was a lot of fucking money. Like, a lot of money. So, yeah. I think the other issue with what he's saying is that he's basically turning it over to a purity test. That I really don't like. That I really, really don't like, right? If you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen. Why do I have to be a real fan to play this game? Is it that much of a dumpster fire? Right? If he just sold it for $80 and kept his mouth shut, I don't know. People would have been okay mostly. I think people would have bitched about the price. But I think you're right. You know, if you make a decision like that and you don't say anything, chances are there's going to be a hell of a lot less people who bitch about it. But he had to turn this whole thing into a purity test. They're always looking for the whales to see how much they'll pay. True. But now he pissed off more people than he had to. Purity test is right. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, if I came up to you and I said, guys, I am ordering the $300 to $400 Metal Gear Solid Delta, like, whole thing, right? Would, like, even if I could afford it, I would tell you guys, yeah, no, I got the you know, latest and greatest and this, that, and the other thing. But I'm not ever going to sit there and go, if you're a real fan, you do the same. Because what happens if, hey, some people really like Metal Gear Solid, right? Some people really, 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 really like Metal Gear Solid. Some people, like myself included, are basically fanatics when it comes to the Metal Gear Solid franchise. So I'm definitely one of those people who would look at something and go, well, you know, $250 for that statue, plus that map that I can put on the wall, plus all the, you know, the pins and the patches and the stickers and the art book and everything else. I mean, that's not a bad deal, right? I'm one of those people who would absolutely fall for it. Whether it was worth it or not, I'm absolutely susceptible to that, being the type of person that I am for the series. But sitting there saying to everybody else, let's just for the sake of argument, if Konami said this, that alienates everybody else who likes the series but isn't willing to pay the insane price. That's just how it is, right? So now we've gone to purity test, which is really bad. If you're real hungry, you'll find a way to eat. Yeah. Yeah, the real fan shit should be like deluxe and collectors. What? No, that's the thing, right? I have no problem with people putting out like deluxe editions or collector's editions or whatever. That's fine, but never, ever, ever should anybody be deemed any less of a fan of your franchise by you, because all it does is alienate people. Right? If I told you tomorrow that, oh God. Okay. I know you love Resident Evil, Don, right? So if I came out tomorrow and I told you that you were not a real Resident Evil fan because you didn't go out and buy the most expensive editions of RE2, RE3, and RE4 remakes, you probably would brush it off, but at the same time, you'd be kind of pissed. Because you bought the games, you played the games, you enjoyed the games, and now you're retroactively being called somebody who doesn't care. When you have just as much say as somebody who bought the $200, $300, $400 edition of the game that got you the 18-inch statue and the map and the, say, like a behind-the-scenes video and, you know, the making-of documentary and all the patches and, like, everything else. And that's really, really shitty. You know what I mean? Yeah, especially how even you can't afford it, it's near impossible to get it because scalpers are fanatic. Yeah. Games are going to start being $80 to $90 for the standard edition anyways by the time GTA 6 comes out, and more than likely before that. It's not the price. It really isn't the price that's the problem. because we know where the trend is going, although we'd really like it not to do that. It's more the fact that they're telling you, here is your purity test. That's what really bugs people, right? If you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen. Take your favorite game ever, True, right? And then because you didn't buy the statue edition of whatever game it is, the CEO of that company comes up to you and literally stares you in the face and then dismisses you with, you're not a real fan. That's essentially what Gearbox is doing. Right? Like, imagine if in Nintendo, right? And I'm only using them because I know you love Zelda and stuff like that. Imagine if Nintendo started talking with you at some convention, right? Somebody from the Nintendo booth came up to you, or you went up to them, you were talking to them about the new Zelda game and this, that, and the other thing, and they were all happy and excited and so on. And they go, so, you gonna get the new Zelda? And you're like, well, yeah, I'd really like to get the edition with the, the 18 or 24-inch Link statue, but things are tough, but either way, I'm gonna get it. And then he turns around and he goes, well, then you're not a real fan. Is he wrong? I think people are just taking his words out of place, because now you're just assuming he's saying something he hasn't by saying, oh, it's like you're not a real fan now if you don't. He's never said that? Yes, he has. Look, if you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen. My local game store had Starflight for Sega Genesis for $80 in 1991 when I was just out of high school working minimum wage at an ice cream parlor in Pismo Beach, and I found a way to make it happen. He is using his experience of buying an $80 game in 1991 when he was just a small little idiot working at an ice cream parlor with really no future ahead at the time, and saved up enough money to spend $80 on a video game in 1991, which therefore proves his purity test, and he is now quite literally giving that purity test to the same people that he is trying to appeal to. That's no different than me saying, oh, I listen to said band more, so I'm a real fan, and you're not, even though they like the same band too. No, it isn't. It isn't. Here's why. Because, again, he is giving you his personal anecdote as to how he is a real fan. He is using it as an example as to how he is a real fan, thereby using his standard of his personal anecdote to qualify, if you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen. That's what he is doing. That's exactly what he is doing in that statement. He doesn't have to come out and say, oh, well, you're not a real fan if you don't buy this. Why? Because the fact that he is qualifying it with his own personal anecdote as to what literally makes him a real fan, that is his qualifier for you to be a real fan. If you pass that purity test that he has already set down by example, then that means it doesn't matter what the price is, and you'll find a way to make it happen. So he doesn't have to come out and say, oh, you're not a real fan if you don't buy it. He's flat out making qualifiers for his anecdote to use said purity test. It's like, I bought the front seat concert tickets. I'm a real fan. I made it happen, since people just want to buy the CD or buy the back of the crowd seats. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. If I came out tomorrow and I said, guys, I ordered the $400 statue version of Metal Gear Solid Delta, Trust me, if you're a real fan, you're going to make it happen too. I have completely alienated everybody who likes Metal Gear Solid, but doesn't like it as much as me, or isn't as fanatical about it as much as I am. Because I am quite literally telling people, if you do not buy this version, you are not a real fan. That's pretty shit. It's absolutely pretty shit. Also, the mic cut off or my speaker broke. Well, that's not good. I hope your speaker didn't break. Isn't this a tweet in response to what people were saying online? Yeah, of course it is, because people don't want to pay $80 for a franchise where they just had a movie where it bombed. People aren't happy. Like, the movie itself was a disaster, and then they tied in Borderlands 4, which, to be completely honest, there aren't a whole lot of people compared to the previous Borderlands that were excited. And then you have everything with Take-Two that's been going on, where Take-Two decides, oh, well, we're going to be doing it this way, and these are our terms of service, and so on, and everybody feels like their data is being stolen. So there's a lot of things that he has to defend, but then he comes out and says, to the extent of the price, and only the price, if you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen. And it's like, okay, why are we going down this purity test road? Because that's what it is. He's bringing out the purity test, and it's really, really, really sad. Really sad. I'm all for looking things up, and I am all for making sure that what they say is qualified. But this is not one of those Ubisoft said the right thing at the wrong time instances, right? Where the guy said that, or I should say the quote that was taken out of context for the Ubisoft guy was that people had to get used to not owning their video games. The qualifier for that entire statement that he's talking about was how people got used to not owning their movies because it's gone from DVD to Blu-ray to digital sales to streaming, and now everybody is generally comfortable with watching stuff on Amazon Prime or Netflix or Paramount or Disney or wherever else without actually owning the movie, because the price that they're paying per month is more than enough to cover what they would, the amount of times that they actually use it, and it saves them God knows how many hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to actually go out and buy all these movies. That's what qualifies the statement from the Ubisoft guy. And he was taking that model that historically happened when it comes to home video and specifically said, in order for more people to become used to the live streaming aspect of video games and stuff like that, people have to be more comfortable with not owning their own video games. And the internet fucking exploded, thinking, oh, this guy's just being a prick and trying to shill. That wasn't the case. They took one sentence out of an entire paragraph in the middle of an interview and did that. But this isn't the case. The dude literally just replied, if you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen, and then qualified his purity test with his own personal anecdote. That's what really sucks. So yeah, things aren't looking very, very good, and if I'm being honest, I kind of feel like, yet again, Gearbox and Take-Two have put their foot in their mouth. I kind of feel like after you play a game like Clair Obscur, or after you play a game like Doom Dark Ages, or after you play a game like Black Myth Wukong, or like anything else, right? You look at a bunch of these bigger developers that have been around for 15, 20 years and seeing what they're saying and going, Jesus, this guy is desperate. This guy is uber fucking desperate. He's calling on the real fans while alienating the general fan base simultaneously to try and guarantee people buying something for $80. The Ubisoft one blew up, though I think it's because of their history. The Crew comes to mind. Oh, no, absolutely. Like, Ubisoft was already in hot water, for sure. And again, it was one sentence in the middle of a paragraph, in the middle of an interview, where the context absolutely mattered, but somebody clipped it out of context and just ran with it, right? When that wasn't what the guy said. And again, I'm all for reading a full interview and picking it apart and everything and trying to go through it all. But this was literally a fucking tweet. That's what it was. Look. A, not my call. B, if you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen. My local game store had Starflight for Sega Genesis for $80 in 91 when I was just out of high school working minimum wage in an ice cream parlor in Pismo Beach, and I found a way to make it happen. This is after somebody said, Randy, this game better not be $80. Don't take that risk. A lot of gamers aren't going to pay $80 and feed this notion of constant increase of the price tag. You are the CEO. You have some say with the price when it comes to your publisher. Randy then responded directly. A, not my call. No, absolutely, that is your call. That's bullshit. B, if you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen. That is literally a direct response to, I don't know who Jemmy Coiner, the gold handler, is. I have no idea. But he's right. He's totally right. There's going to be a lot of people that aren't going to pay $80, right? And Randy just comes out and he's like, yeah, well, not my fucking problem, because if you're a real fan, it's like, ooh, boy. Right? And then even Synth Potato. Dog, we're not paying $80 for a Borderlands game, fully knowing you'll do multiple season passes that cost another $100 and you'll probably sell weapon skins too. You see what I mean? Like, ugh. And then this keeps coming up, the Pirate Bay. Implying people aren't real fans if they don't fork over $80 for the game sounds like a Reddit user logic. Come on, man. True. Everyone disliked that. True. Bro, what? $80 in 1991 is about $186 today after inflation. That means $80 today would have only been $34, $35 back then. You were basically spending $200 on an actual physical game. Spending that today for a digital license you don't own, you don't even own, is wild. True. Absolutely true. If your intention was to inspire people to buy this game with that weak-ass cucked comment you just made, I regret to inform you that the opposite effect will now happen. Fair. Totally, totally fair. So, yeah, I mean, he's brain dead. These CEOs don't really think before responding. I wonder if it can be quantified how much market they lost to this tweet. Well, let's see. This was May 13th. What time did this come out? 7:52 p.m. May 13th. Okay, and that is Gearbox Software. Okay. Let's find out. It's probably going to be under Take Two. So May 13th, huh? Let's take a look. Would it fall into the last 5 days? No, it wouldn't. It'd fall into the last month. Okay. So this is May 15th. It went up, which is nice. This is May 13th right here. So May 13th, it was sitting at the bottom of a slump. What happened on May 7th, I don't know. But then they went down even further on May 8th. Went up a little bit May 9th. 12th, It looks like they plateaued and started going back down, and then the 13th, they were just stuck where they were. Now, what is this? That's their earnings date. Okay. But I don't know what happened on May 15th. But May 13th is kind of an ouch day for them. It's kind of an ouch day. Now, I'd love to know what these are. That's earnings. Oh, get out of my way. There we go. Analyst rating. Analyst rating. Okay. But see, look at this. This is what's really, really, really odd. So you got an analyst rating, and then after the analyst rating, it goes up, right? And then it immediately goes back down and goes down further, and then comes up a little bit to save face, then goes back down. Then May 13th, it hasn't done much of anything. And then 14th and 15th, it raises, and then it plummets again on the 16th. And then on the 19th, it comes back up even probably about 1.5 times where it was when it started to raise again. And then on the 20th, it raised again, and then it spiraled and tanked back to roughly about the same price point as it was on the 13th, and then continued to plummet, and now they are less than where they were when it was said. That's not good. That's really, really not good. So, yeah, I don't... Let me put it this way. Do I think it helped anybody's cause? No. But again, typically, and I guarantee a lot of this stuff and the rising and falling prices for Take-Two are more along the lines of their terms of service changes, because that's a hell of a lot bigger. Whereas Randy Idiot saying his shit probably didn't help anything, but probably didn't hurt much of anything either, until everybody caught word of it, and everybody also caught word simultaneously of the terms of service changing, and we've seen a couple of those terms of service videos, and it was right around the 16th or 17th where we saw them. So I could totally see this plummet being because of that, and then again, same maybe a week after for the same shit. I could totally see that. Absolutely. Because it's all under Take-Two, and most people are just like, oh, no, it's got to be, it's got to be Gearbox. Well, Gearbox is owned by Take-Two, and Take-Two is a massive company, so, you know, we gotta draw the line somewhere, right? Take-Two is only going to show us so much. Oh, yeah, and this is all from him going, I'm so very excited for the Nintendo Switch 2, and I'm even more excited to bring Borderlands 4 to this incredible magical machine. So he's not even saying that the game is going to cost $80 to $90 for the Switch 2, but that's where everybody's concern is. And then he's just like, listen, motherfucker, if you're a real fan, it's like, bro, how fucking deaf can you be to the audience? Pretty sad. But here we go. Without any further ado, because I am not doing so hot today, we're going to be Bing chilling. Everyone is just assuming it's $80 because of Nintendo. Of course, absolutely. But what people want is they want a guarantee that Borderlands and Take-Two, or I should say Gearbox and Take-Two, aren't going to be chasing the dragon, right? They're not going to be trying to ride on the dragon's coattails and just try and get some of that $80, $90 physical copy money, especially when they're paying $80 to $90 for an SD card that has a code on it, and that's what you get. And they've already come out and said, you do not own this. You own the rights to a license that you bought. Right? That's a pretty big chunk of change. Death Stranding and Snake Eater back to back is a solid hit on the wallet. Well, not only is it a solid hit on the wallet, but think about it this way. You bought 2 games probably for the better part of about $130, right? And you would have had to have used the same amount of money 2-3 months ago to buy most of Assassin's Creed Shadows. You see what I mean? Like, that's insane. SD card with a code on it. Yeah. So the way that I understand it is the physical versions of the Nintendo Switch 2, the Nintendo Switch 2 are going to be using what they were using before, which are SD cards. That's all they are. They are SD cards. The biggest physical difference between the SD cards that you buy at Walmart and the SD cards that you will buy through Nintendo, aside from the price, is that the Nintendo ones are red. That's it. In terms of a physical copy of a game through Nintendo Switch 2, it's not even a physical copy of the game. It's got a code that validates that you have purchased a license to play and use the game. So you still have to be connected to the internet to even authenticate that you have even purchased the physical version. So essentially all you're doing is you're paying $80 to $90 for a red SD card with a code on it that says this person's good. There is no actual physical copy. I just hope these games are on disc. Doom Dark Ages made me sad because of its disc format. Guess Doom Eternal is the last disc game they have. I knew it was going to come eventually, but damn, I didn't expect it from id. Nintendo has 2 types of carts, right? Key carts and regular carts. I don't care about the SD cards, with the physical carts not having the game on them is stupid. I mean, welcome to the 2020s. As much as I hate to say it, that's not something that's new. That's been happening for a long time. Hell, even in the 2010s, you'd go to Walmart and you'd buy the latest Call of Duty and you'd open the thing up and it cost you like maybe $10 more than what it would to actually get it on Steam. And guess what? You have a little stupid cardboard thing in the shape of a CD, and then all they give you is a code. And that's it. And depending on exactly how Walmart's security is, that might have already been opened and somebody stole the code. So, I mean, this has been going on for a long time. Is it shitty that Nintendo is now adopting that practice? Yes. But is it anything new? No. Not even remotely close to new. It can be new for Nintendo, but that doesn't change the fact that it's been around for years. A lot of games still have a version 1 offline playable on the disc. A lot of them do, yes. But for years, you have not been able to walk into Walmart and buy the latest Call of Duty game, physical copy, and open it up and get a real disc. Instead, what you get is a cardboard cutout in the shape of a disc with the Call of Duty cover art on it, and then you pull that cardboard disc out, and then underneath there's a code. So you still have to attach yourself to Steam or attach yourself to Blizzard or wherever in order to have it be authenticated that the code is real and hasn't been used, so that you can download the game. They've been doing that for years. They've absolutely been doing that for years. And it's sad, but that's also progress, right? Now, I don't have a problem with that. I really don't have a problem with that if they're going to be keeping things at the same price point, right? If they want to charge 60, hell, even $70, and that's the way that they want to go with it, so that they don't have to eat manufacturer costs for making the physical discs and making the physical cases and coming up with cover art and like doing all that shit and distribution and so on, fair. Because let's face it, it's not exactly the cheapest thing in the world to make a video game. I completely understand that. But if you're gonna do it and then continue to raise prices, that's kind of shitty. That's just how it is, right? And I feel that way across the board. Nintendo is well known for physical collections, so for them to switch it up on the Switch 2 is wild. No, it isn't. No, it's not. And here's why. Because the majority of the people who play on the Switch are not collectors. They just aren't. And that's for any video game console and for PC and so on. Unless it's like 20 to 30 plus years old at this point, you are not a collector. You are just a consumer. That's all you are. And you are only a consumer until that console is deemed a classic. But they are trying to push the issue by going with, and I can't remember the name of the fucking company, but they used to do a lot of different work until they fucked everything up with a couple of games, where they'd come out with special edition physical copies. Well, those special edition physical copies don't mean shit. Especially considering that even they went the path of, congratulations, you just bought a plastic book with nothing in it other than a code. And they were charged limited run, yeah. Limited run did that, right? Congratulations, you just spent $120 on a piece of plastic that means nothing. And they did that with more than, I think, like 2 or 3 games. This wasn't just like an isolated thing. They did that more than a few times, right? Companies like that are banking on the fact that you're too stupid to realize that what you get through them is no different than what you get through Steam. Cult of the Lamb was promised to be a full version. Yeah. And again, limited run absolutely still does put games on carts and disc, but there were a few games where they lied 100%. And they were banking on the fact that you were going to be too fucking stupid to sit there and figure it out. And you were just going to go, oh yeah, absolutely, and pay the $120 when the game itself is maybe worth $50. That's just how it is. Right? They're banking on the fact that you're going to be stupid and you're going to pay at least twice of what the game is worth for a quote physical copy, and well, maybe every once in a while we can sneak that fake one by you. And it's like, well, then what's the point? You know what I mean? Like, I understand that people really, really love having the physical copies. I get it. I have physical copies. But I'm also under no illusion that it makes it so that I 100% own the game. I don't own the game. If somebody put a copy of Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker in my face right now and said, I'll give it to you for 140, I'd tell them to go fuck themselves. No, that's not what I said, True. That's not what I said at all. I said that right now, what it is because it is brand new. The Nintendo Switch is brand new. There is no fucking way that anything that you get for the Nintendo Switch 2 makes you a collector. And you can't be a collector for a Nintendo Switch 2 game if it's brand spanking new, because we don't know what the value of it is going to be in 10 years, and we don't know what the value of it secondhand on the market is going to be in 2 or 3 years. That's not a collector. That's not somebody who is investing in turning around and selling it for 8 times the price 3 years from now. You are just a consumer. And you have to be just a consumer because there has to be people buying it before there is any such thing as a collector. Right? So unless you're going out and you're buying shit for the GameCube, or you're buying shit for N64, or you're buying shit for Genesis, or Sega CD, or Sega Saturn, or Dreamcast, or the Master System, or NES, or SNES, or the original Game Boy, or the Game Boy Color, or the original DS, or the DS Lite, stuff like, or the original PlayStation, or the PlayStation 2, or the PS1, the tiny little one that was white instead of gray, or the PS3. Hell, even the PS4 is just now starting to get there, right? You are not collecting. You are a consumer that is buying a product brand new. And there is no market data available because everything is brand new to show that you are nothing but a consumer for the brand new stuff, because there is absolutely zero market data to qualify you whatsoever as a collector for anything that is brand new, because there hasn't been enough time for any data to come out. You are literally just a consumer. That's all you are when it comes to Nintendo Switch 2. But they're trying to push that, and they're trying to appeal to the purity test, the real fans, to use Randy's vernacular, by going, oh, shit, you know what? We didn't do a physical run. But, hey, look, limited run games, $130, you can get yourself a physical copy. Wait, so I bought the game, but now if I buy the game for twice the price, oh, I'm a collector. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to pass the buck off to somebody else who's then advertising it as something that makes people qualified, or in their eyes, in the eyes of somebody who is a video game collector, qualifies them to purchase this because they're using it as a purity test. Because the only way that you can do that and you can be that collector is pay twice the fucking price for something that you already own. That's it. I've spent so much on these limited run and complete version reprints. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, of 96 tracks on cart instead of 48. Bought it after Switch 2 showed MK World. Realized MK World could never go offline complete at this point, so I bought MK8 in 2025. I highly believe the big reason they're doing this physical stuff with the Switch 2 is because of people who pirate, and also people who get early carts and leak the whole game weeks early. Nintendo already said something about that after excuse me, Tears of the Kingdom leaked. It's such a Nintendo thing to do. They fucking despise that shit. It absolutely is, but it also has the byproduct of driving everything through the fucking roof. Nintendo is no stranger when it comes to hammering down on people because of a very small fraction of people who do something. Now, true, a lot of people who did this very small, isolated thing are galactically stupid, such as when people went to go play, I believe it was one of the Zelda games on Twitch, and Nintendo said, listen, we don't want you to play this. We know it's 3-4 days ahead of time, but we don't want you to play this on Twitch past a certain point. Up till then, it's fine. And those people went, fuck you, and did it anyway. I'm not saying Nintendo doesn't have a reason to do things. I'm saying it fucks everything up. And what they're doing is they're banking on people like limited run games to advertise the purity test by charging you twice what the game is worth for a physical copy, so that now you can be deemed a collector and you have more, what, brownie points? Like, if I decide to go and I decide to download every single video game that Sega Genesis ever had, including all the rare ones, right? Does that make me any different than somebody who owns all the physical copies of every single game that has ever come out for the Sega Genesis? In reality, no. It doesn't. It's just how it goes. There were people streaming it hella early when it leaked, and streams were being taken down left and right. I was watching them being taken down in real time. It was wild. Yeah, of course. Because there were a lot of people who were told flat out, do not go past this point on stream. And they went, okay, and then turned around and went, fuck you, and did. Simple as that. So, do I necessarily blame them? No, I think they're going a tad overboard. That's for damn sure. I absolutely feel like they're going overboard with their protectiveness of their IPs. Sure. But they're also turning around and charging $90 for a physical copy that's just a fucking card. And the only big difference physically is that it's red versus blue, right? And then later on down the road, they're going to get in touch with Limited Run Games, who's going to make them charge $130 for some shit, right? And they're only going to appeal to people who want to be labeled as collectors. That's it. Because nobody's going to want to pay $130 for one fucking game, except for the people who are stupid enough to do it. This was even before that. It was people that had the game before absolutely anyone should have. So Nintendo wasn't telling them past this point. Some people got sued too. Good. Good. I have, like, again, I have no problem. Like, if I've already pre-ordered Metal Gear Solid Delta, right? Now, according to Metal Gear Solid Delta's website and according to the site on Steam, I can play it August 26th. If I boot it up August 26th and there is a thing in there stating you are not allowed to stream this until release day, that's fine. Why? Because it's their call that I'm able to get it early, and I will therefore shut it off and we would play something else. Right? That is their call. If they have that message and people turn around and go, well, fuck you, it's mine, I'll do what I want with it anyway, and then Konami turns around and starts suing people's asses, good. Just that simple. And those idiots deserve anything and everything that they get. There have been more than a couple of games that I've downloaded, and they said, we really, really request that since this is an early version of the game, that it not be streamed. I just said, okay, fine, no worries. Tried it out for maybe an hour, closed it down, uninstalled, stuff like that. Talked about it maybe once or twice, and then went, hey, you know, I tried it out, it was kind of fun, and this, that, and the other thing, because I can talk about my own personal anecdotes, I can talk about my own experiences. That's not an issue. They just don't want people to see gameplay, which is fine, right? So if I go and I play it for a couple hours, and I'm like, okay, I've had my fill, and I uninstall it, and then I talk about it on stream, it's no big deal. Right? It's when I turn around and I go against their wishes and against what they're saying I can and can't do that obviously there's a problem. So for anybody who was doing that with Tears of the Kingdom or whatever the fuck else, seriously, fuck those people, and I'm glad they got sued. Because they don't own the game. They haven't. And I'm not saying that I agree with them not owning the game. I'm saying that's what's legal. Just because it's legal doesn't make it right, and I think we all understand that. But that's what's legal. Simple as that, right? So if people start playing something before they're allowed to on Twitch and they get sued for it, that's their own goddamn fault. That's really how it goes. Also, Rainbow, it's good to see you. How you doing? I guess if people keep breaking the rules, they'll eventually put stream blockers. I mean, they might. They might. I wonder how long it's going to be before people emulate Switch 2. I don't even know. I guess same tech like PS3 HDCP or PS4 auto sensor, like MGS5 and FF7 Rebirth, but with a time and date checker. Yeah, it's entirely possible. I think the big thing is, and this is the reason why Nintendo turned tail on people streaming any of their shit, is because they did realize that there was probably a pretty big spike, and then it was followed by a massively sharp drop when they stopped allowing streamers to actually stream their games. Because as much as I know people don't want to acknowledge this a lot of the time, that's the shit that keeps games and companies relevant, right? Like if I go back and I play like Mega Man, right? I never really played Mega Man when I was younger. I played enough of the different games to kind of know what's going on and where certain games go after certain ones and whatnot. But I was never a big Mega Man fan. I never was, right? But if I go back and I play Mega Man now, you guys will be like, oh man, I love Mega Man. Mega Man's fantastic, right? It was such, God, these were such good games. I remember. And now you guys, because of the way that it works psychologically, are now 1000% more likely, now that you've seen somebody else play it, to go out and buy the Mega Man collection that they currently have on Steam for however much money it is than you were before I started playing it. And they don't want to acknowledge that because they didn't put any money into it, which means that, unfortunately, you don't owe them anything if you don't end up buying it. Right? So when people weren't allowed to play Nintendo games anymore, God, there were a lot of people who stopped buying Nintendo shit. And then when they finally lifted that and people started playing Nintendo stuff on Twitch and on YouTube and everywhere else again, people really started to pick up and buy their shit again. I remember when I first played Mega Man, I immediately stopped because I couldn't shoot upwards. Fair. When I grew up with Metal Slug, so I was used to and expecting it and felt weird without it. No, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. But that's how advertising works, right? Twitch, Kick, whatever, YouTube, whatever the other, like, you know, platforms are. A lot of people don't want to admit it, but this is all free advertising for them. It's all free advertising, right? You got people who already own licenses to the games that they can play. Why not just let them play it? It's free advertising. People might actually really, really enjoy it and think it's fun and go, fuck, man, I should really go out and get that. It's amazing how well free advertising and word of mouth works. It really, really is. I'm just happy it's a pretty decent upgrade from the Switch 1 specs-wise. I'm going to let you in on a little hint, though, and I've already gone on record saying this. If anybody goes out and pisses and moans about the pricing for any of the Nintendo Switch 2 stuff, and then goes out and buys a Nintendo Switch 2, you no longer have a reason to bitch. You just don't. Bought all the Max Payne trilogy finally because I watched you play it. Yeah. Absolutely. That's how easy it is, right? Max Payne 1, 2, and 3 are absolutely phenomenal games. And if and when the Max Payne remake does come out, you can bet your ass I'm going to be playing it. Same thing with Metal Gear Solid Delta, right? You can bet your ass I'm going to be playing it day one. They get the ones who were on the fence until they saw a streamer play it, then were sold. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. You're a real fan, so you're going to make it happen. I'm just saying, when it comes to purchasing a Nintendo Switch 2, if anybody has ever bought or is complaining currently about the price at which Nintendo wants to put their physical copies and then goes out and buys a Nintendo Switch 2, the only thing that you have done is contribute to making Nintendo right. That's it. You have proven Nintendo right, because despite the controversy and despite the price hike, you are still going out of your way to purchase a Nintendo Switch 2. Doesn't matter what you do with it, because they already got your fucking money, which means that all you've done is proven them right. Voting with your wallet is important, even if it's difficult. 100%. 100% agreed. That's how it is. It doesn't matter whether it's the price hike. It doesn't matter whether it's the carts. It doesn't matter. If you buy a Nintendo Switch 2, knowing what you know, the only thing that you have done is proven Nintendo right. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that you have accomplished is becoming a statistic that validates everything that they are doing. Because you paid for it. That's unfortunately how it goes. That's just how it is, as much as I hate to put it that way. That's the sad and unfortunate truth. But as I said at the start of the stream, today was a rough day. I woke up, had some stuff to do. 5 minutes before I was supposed to start doing some stuff, I was fighting off puking in my hands. And then after I did the stuff that I needed to do, I basically slept all day. Woke up about an hour and 20, well, no, about an hour and 30 minutes ago. And then started stream. So I'm not feeling so hot today. What did you eat? No, I think this is a holdover from last week when I was still sick and I had that massive headache and everything else. So we're going to be watching videos today, right? We're going to be watching some shit. We're going to be hanging out and doing all that stuff. Meanwhile, people paying $700 and $70 a game for PlayStation and not complaining. Of course not. And I'm going to tell you something. The fucking collector's market is a racket. It just is. And this is coming from somebody who used to be part of the collector's market. It is a racket. 100%. Imagine getting your hands on a game that cost you about $130, right? And people going, oh yeah, no, this game is fantastic and it's so cool and it's ultra rare and like all this other stuff. And if you play it, only play it once, because it, you know, if you play it any more than that, then, you know, the CD is going to start to degrade and everything. And you get it home and you're really excited because you remember seeing it in magazines all the time, and now you can finally afford it. And it's been a couple of years, and the PSX is now considered a classic, and you know, now you have all these collectors going out and they're trying to find something that's ultra rare, and they're willing to pay 3, 4, 5 times the price of something that you wanted to play for forever. And you get it home and you pop it in your PSX and it's the biggest piece of shit in the world. That's unfortunately what happens. They don't care as to whether the game is good or not. What they care about are numbers. And if the numbers in which they were produced are less, then less equals a lot more. And that's it. The collector's market is a fucking racket. 100%. I wanted to delve into Switch. Price never went down, and even though they ruled my childhood, Nintendo doesn't have me like that anymore. No, and they don't have me like that anymore. Nintendo used to be the shit back in the day. I had an N64, I had a Super NES, I had an NES. I loved all of them. I had an original Game Boy, loved that too, right? But at the same time, I also was not under the delusion that there were a lot of games that were done both simultaneously for Genesis and Nintendo, or in Nintendo's case, even Super Nintendo, that were just better in every aspect on the Genesis than they were even the Super Nintendo. There's nothing wrong with that. Conversely, at the same time, there were games for the Super Nintendo that were just a lot better than the Sega Genesis counterparts. So it goes both ways. It totally does. My childhood was all about video games, and I couldn't get enough of them. Didn't matter whether it was Master System, Genesis, Sega CD, Sega Saturn, Sega Dreamcast, Sega Game Gear, Nintendo, Game Boy, Super Nintendo, N64, PlayStation, PlayStation 2. I couldn't get enough of them. I absolutely couldn't. Video games have been part of my life for a very, very, very long time, right? So, and I've gone through and I've read all the magazines, and probably at one point I had a subscription to every single video game magazine ever, right? I've read all the magazines cover to cover. I've been through all that shit. I've actually been to different video game competitions. I've competed in video game competitions way back in the day. I've done a lot of stuff with video games. I beta tested the fuck out of God knows how many different early MMOs. I've alpha tested, doing the closed alpha tests and stuff for a lot of those. And the cool thing is I got lucky enough to where I was able to put something in and the dev team would come back and go, okay, we see the problem, gotcha, and so on. I've done everything and anything you could possibly think of that either most people have had the chance to do, but for one reason or another haven't, or have been supremely lucky to the point where at one point I had almost, and this was back in 2010, I had almost every single video game console ever made, including all the knockoff Atari 2600 stuff, including all the stuff that was supposed to compete with Atari Jaguar, including Intellivision and ColecoVision and all that other shit. I literally had everything, right? But that doesn't make me any better than literally anybody else. It doesn't. You could have easily called me a collector. 100%. I had thousands upon thousands of games. I could have easily been called a collector. And it literally just turned into a fucking racket. That's all it is. Now Nintendo is like, buy this again, and you're like, cool, a remaster, and they're like, nope, same damn game, just on our new console. Yeah, well, unfortunately, that's also not just Nintendo either, which really, really sucks. That's kind of across the board, right? Skyrim would be a perfect example, right? Look at how many consoles that's been on, and there's really been no massive update for forever. Right? Look at all the different consoles that, say, like Cyberpunk 2077 started out on. Hell, even the PS4, which we know for a fact couldn't handle it. It was even on the PS4. And I guarantee you there's some poor schmuck out there who's really, really looking to pay the better part of about $1,000 for an actual physical copy of Cyberpunk 2077 for the PS4, knowing flat out that it won't work very, very well, but is too stupid to realize maybe it's not worth picking up. Guaranteed there's somebody out there that's trying to do that. Unfortunately, it is what it is, right? Aside from like exclusives to those consoles, you don't excuse me. Aside from exclusives to those consoles, you typically will have multiple versions on multiple platforms. You just will. That's just how it is now. Cyberpunk is a perfect example of that. I'm sure that there are tons of other examples, or people clamoring for a new version of the same thing and so on. Like, think about it this way. And it really, really kind of sucks because I'm kind of torn, but I thought about this the other day, right? Do you think people would be elated or pissed if Sony came out tomorrow and said Bloodborne is going to be on the PS5 and here's the date for it, right? And it's not only going to be on the PS5, but it's also going to be on the PC. And then everybody gets really, really excited, and they may bring out a trailer game or a trailer for the game. It says Bloodborne finally comes to PS5 and PC, right? And everybody gets really, really excited. And then the day comes and it releases and it's the original game with nothing fixed. Do you think people would riot, or do you think people would actually stop bitching? Because the way that I see it is very, very simple. You would still have a very small but vocal group of people who would be bullshit that Bloodborne is out, but it is not remastered or a remake. And then the majority of people who are on that bandwagon would be like, oh, okay, my job's done. Hey, I mean, it's not a remaster or a remake, but better than nothing. At least it's not trapped on PS4 anymore. Right? Guarantee that's how it would go. I remember when people were pissed when Nintendo put out a patch version of Super Mario 64 in that bundle because speedrun glitches no longer work. Of course. Absolutely. Now, again, that's the vocal minority. And I understand that 100%. But when that vocal minority is still hundreds of thousands of people, minority or not, people are going to listen. If it's just on PS5 with no changes, people will be mad. Will they? That's my question. Will there be more than what we have seen in previous outrages, which is a vocal minority of people who were really, really wanting a remaster/remake, and the rest of the people who just jumped on the bandwagon because they thought it might be a, kind of a cool thing to do, are now finally sated because, well, it's not a remaster or remake, but at least I don't have to go out and try and find a PS4 now. It can happen. There's nothing stopping Sony right now from turning around and going, hey, FromSoft, we just really need you to port the original game. We don't want you to do anything else. No 60 FPS stuff, no updated graphics, nothing. We just want you to put this game out for PS5 and PC, and we want it to release on this day. There's nothing stopping Sony from doing that. Literally nothing. People who want a PC port versus people who want 60 FPS update versus people who want a sequel entirely. Yeah. Right? I mean, think about it this way. Think about how many times we saw when they announced Duskbloods, right? Think at how many times we saw videos where there were people talking about, well, the internet's going to be really, really, really pissed because this is a Nintendo-only IP, and it's also not Bloodborne. Because I can tell you, the majority of people didn't care. It wasn't that they were pissed. It wasn't that they had any interest. It was more like they kind of had interest when they initially thought it was Bloodborne until they saw the train and then went, wait, this isn't Bloodborne. And then they turned off the video and couldn't be bothered to give a shit because it wasn't Bloodborne. Right? That's just how it is. People didn't give a shit anymore because it wasn't Bloodborne. Same, not everything needs a goddamn sequel. No, not everything needs a sequel. Now, in Bloodborne's case, I will say that as somebody who tried playing it for the first time about a year or two ago, I like Bloodborne. I like the style. I like the combat. But, having said all that, the game is damn near unplayable. Right? It just is. The game is absolutely damn near unplayable because it is not even a consistent 30 frames a second. there are times where it goes down very, very close to single digits, and there's nothing you can do about it, right? There are absolutely times where the game is just absolutely a nightmare to play. And it's not because it's a bad game, it's just because of the technical limitations that were put on it in the beginning. So I can completely understand people wanting a Bloodborne remaster or remake. 100%. Will it happen? I mean, that's anybody's guess, unfortunately, but I want a Bloodborne sequel, but I didn't get mad at Duskbloods. I felt like, sure, but I don't think Duskblood negates Bloodborne 2's existence from Soft, just in their multiplayer phase. Yeah. And who knows? Maybe the next game that comes out from Soft is a Bloodborne remake. One thing that I will always give FromSoft, by the way, regardless of whether I love or can't stand the fucking game or the port or whatever it is that they do learn from their mistakes, right? And they do learn from things that they find out work very, very well in their previous games. So even if Duskbloods doesn't necessarily pull the numbers that say like Elden Ring or Dark Souls 3 or Sekiro or Bloodborne, that's okay, because they'll still make more than enough money for it to be considered successful, and they'll take the things that work and incorporate those into whatever their next game is, alongside everything else that they've tried in their previous games and find out really works. I'm not mad about that whatsoever. I'm really not mad about it. I think that's a great thing. Right? Because that means that the company is constantly evolving. That means that the company is doing things and testing things out and finding out that some things work and some things don't. There's nothing wrong with that. That's perfect. Right? Because then that just means that whatever they really, really liked about Duskbloods, or hell, even Night Rain, because Night Rain's coming out here pretty quick, all that stuff is going to transfer over into their next single player game, whether it be another Dark Souls or another Elden Ring or another Armored Core or a Sekiro sequel or a Bloodborne sequel or whatever. It doesn't matter. All that good stuff is going to transfer over. Duskblood can at least be the testbed of features and ideas without risking Bloodborne 2. That's true. 100% that's true. Absolutely. And again, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I think it's cool that, you know, that FromSoft is able to work with a Nintendo. And I think it's great for Nintendo that they were able to get FromSoft on board with them. Do I think it's going to pull the same numbers as Elden Ring? Absolutely not. Probably not even close to Elden Ring Night Rain or Armored Core 6 for that matter. But it will pull in enough numbers to make it deemed successful. 100% it will. That I can guarantee. Even if the hype dies down in less than a week, I can guarantee it'll be deemed successful. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? So even with Dark Souls 2, I know a lot of people don't like Dark Souls 2. Even with Dark Souls 2, there were enough copies sold where it was deemed successful and they could greenlight a third game, right? And even if there are a lot of devs that are still working there from back in the Dark Souls 2 days, I guarantee you that most of those devs would turn around and go, you know what? Dark Souls 2 may not necessarily have been the most popular game, but it was a valuable learning experience for all of us in terms of what you do and what you don't do and what can and cannot be done. Because they took a lot of stuff that worked from Dark Souls 2 and put it into Dark Souls 3, and everybody loved it. You know? So, I understand that there are a lot of people out there that go, well, Dark Souls 2 sucks. Dark Souls 3 is where it's at. Fair enough, but without Dark Souls 2, you wouldn't have Dark Souls 3. Not in the way that you know and love it. So, I guarantee FromSoft is doing stuff like that. They're taking things and they're using it as a learning opportunity, and there's nothing bad about that. But I also think that when it comes to going the way that Nintendo's going and that other companies are going and trying to keep hiking the price and this, that, and the other thing, there's going to come a point where people are going to just stop buying video games altogether. Because they want to keep using the excuse that, oh, well, I mean, it's so incredibly expensive to buy, to make a game, which, fair, but at the same time, they are going into something knowing that it's not going to be cheap, and then are trying to manipulate the market to get their money back as fast as they can, when in reality, what they're actually doing is screwing everybody out of the market, and probably aren't going to be making a fraction of what they could make had they just priced it the right way. Same thing happened with Injustice. It was the testing ground for the Mortal Kombat. Same with Bethesda and the lockpicking mechanics from Fallout 3 and Skyrim. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. There are tons of developers that do exactly what FromSoft is doing. But I feel like the problem is that a lot of those times that's the only step that they take, and then everybody's just kind of left with their dick in their hand going, what the fuck happened? Whereas FromSoft is one of the few companies that actually acknowledges their mistakes and acknowledges, okay, these things didn't work, these things did work, let's add this to the pile of all the things that have worked in the past and use that in our next game. If all the publishers agreed one day, fuck it, $100 games, how many years of backlog do you have that can sustain you? Whatever it is, I guarantee you, most people probably wouldn't be buying the game for $100. I'm sure most of us can survive a few years of games without buying because we are so backlogged. I mean, there are tons of things that I could still buy on Steam right now, right? Where I could easily be backlogged for a few years. 100%. Even as fast as I go through games, I guarantee I'd still have years and years and years of backlog stuff without having to buy anything else that's brand new. 100%. Meanwhile, you have a game like Clair Obscur Expedition 33, which came out not even at the price that you would typically buy a brand new AAA game 3 years ago, and it blew the doors off everybody, and now AAA devs and publishers are scrambling. And that's and I'm not even kidding, Clair Obscur is easily one of the best games I have ever played. And that was done by a, quote, indie company. So that just kind of shows you how out of touch these AAA devs and publishers are. Because if 33 people can come up with a game that blows the doors off of basically anything and everything else out there, or is up to par with literally some of the other best games that I've been able to play in the last few years, that's saying something. And that's really saying the AAA has absolutely no fucking idea what they're doing anymore. And it's sad, but it's the truth. Very happy that E33 had a positive feedback across the board. Oh, God, it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. And without going into spoilers, I will say that the game, in my opinion, is streaming it. It's a 9. Okay? Streaming it, it is a 9. Not streaming it, it is a 9.5. And the reason is very, very, very simple. It's because of downtime, right? So Clair Obscur has a lot of different systems that you have to learn, and you have to min-max, and you have to use for your build and everything else, okay? And that's cool. Except for when you're streaming it and you have to do all that stuff and it takes 25 minutes to do it. Right? That's not so entertaining for most people. Now, a lot of people who have been watching Claire Obscure, whether it be through me or other streamers or like really big streamers like Soda Poppin' or Asmongold or SVand or whoever else, right? Cool. Awesome. And I know, we all appreciate everybody watching, but all of us also know the game would have been a hell of a lot more fun had we not been streaming it. Which is why I say, if you're streaming it, 9.0. If you're not streaming it, 9.5. Easy. Still fine for me, I think. I personally like recording the downtime, the grind. Yeah, but that's the whole thing. It's not a grind, right? It's you're trying to figure out what the systems are doing. So in Claire Obscure, you have... I can't even remember what they're called. Aylin can feel free to chime in. But they have Lumina. Okay. Lumina is how many different skills you have already learned that can be used simultaneously without actually having to equip that skill in the slot. Okay. Whereas you have these other things that allow you to learn those new skills, and that's cool. But you have to remember that you have some that you are currently in the process of learning that you're able to use, and you have some that have already been mastered where you don't have to have that specific thing on your list to use that skill anymore. So now you constantly are going back and forth going, okay, well, if I put this one with this one, it gives me like 700% more damage. Or if I go with this one, I can heal everybody and it drops things down to maybe 80% of what their total health is versus 130% for one. Right? So you're constantly just switching this stuff back and forth and seeing exactly how it plays out. And then you have other skills which, when you master them, double themselves. Right? So now it's like, oh, okay, well, we're giving you this, we're putting your health up by 413 points, and because you've mastered it, the actual skill effect changes. So instead of 75% damage, you're now doing 150% damage, but then you're also getting 400 more health out of it. Well, obviously, that sounds like a damn good thing, doesn't it? But you have to be able to have a spot in which you can put that on. It's stuff like that, where it takes 20 to 25 minutes to figure it all out and do what needs to be done for 5 different characters. And you have to do it every single time. You see what I mean? So it's like, that could be a lot of fun for somebody sitting down and just wanting to play. Streaming, not so much. Everybody just wants to get back in on the action. For a while, I asked myself, will kids nowadays have their own Final Fantasy or their own Chrono Trigger, or something they played at age 10 and remember 20 years later? I hope there's a gen of kids now who discover their favorite game, like I have, or like have their own FF7 or 10 in the form of E33, even if the appeal is a bit more on adults, nostalgia for the genre. I'm sure that there are people that do, but I can also tell you that there are also more people out there who think that Fortnite is the greatest fucking video game ever made. And those people are fighting with the Minecraft people. So unfortunately, for every one smart person, you have about 10 idiots. Which is sad, but that's the way it works. Oh yeah, and then those two groups are fighting the Roblox people. Absolutely they are. 100%. All right. We need some Steve in our lives. Let's do this. Steve is doing a mountain SUV tailgate stealth camp this time. Are we ready for this? Because I know I am. Let's do it.
Well, hey everyone. Welcome to Camping with Steve. Drove out to the mountains for a change of scenery because it's a lot cooler to sleep in your car when you're not just on the side of a road in the city somewhere. This looks a lot better than the city did. Let's go.
Oh, by the way, before we keep going with this, I saw a YouTube short from Steve earlier today, and I had to laugh. Steve went, and he's walking in front of the wrought iron gate in front of the White House. Okay, he goes, "Hey guys, welcome to Camping with Steve. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not gonna go through with it. There's way too much security around here." And that was it. That was the whole video.
Happy little fella off into the woods. There's a fair bit of wildlife around here. So far, we're seeing some good stuff. I think the bears should be pretty much hunkered down for the year, so we shouldn't have any problems with bears. Getting onto this logging road, there's no active log hauling in progress right now, so we should be pretty safe. You'd see an awful lot more evidence if there was logging trucks up and down this road.
I hate logging roads, by the way.
Careful, but it's my favorite road in the world.
I'd love it if he's like, it's my favorite road in the world because I get to do this. And then he tries to drift in the snow and he overcompensates and ends up in fucking water.
Absolutely stunning. This truly is a winter wonderland. We are heading up into the subalpine here, so we're gonna probably see a little more snow than what we have here. This is pretty much all we got, just a couple inches, but I'm expecting that'll get a little bit deeper the further in elevation we go up this mountain road. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully this little car makes it. It's been a surprisingly good rental car so far, so I'm very pleased with that.
He's just taking a rental car up a mountain road to stealth camp in. Steve, why do you do this?
Snow is certainly getting deeper, I can say that. Absolutely majestic.
Now, see, there, I easily would have been like, no, that's a place to stealth camp. You got access to water right there.
Absolutely majestic. All right. This is our usual camping spot in the summer. And it sure looks a lot different in the winter. I'm really glad the vehicle can make this trail right now. Any more snow and I really wouldn't want to try this. But I gotta see, oh, awesome. Our little tripod setup is still there.
Nice.
This is probably going to be the spot for home for the night. I'll pull in here and hopefully not get stuck.
Hardest part is finding the rental SUV. True. Well, so this is what I think is funny when it comes to Steve a lot of the time, is he will do things like camp on the side of the highway or camp in the median in between like both lanes of the highway, or he will camp inside a water overflow pipe that's under a bridge, or he'll like, you know, do all these weird things. And then he's like, well, I went out and I rented an SUV, and it handled the snow pretty good. And yeah, we're gonna go camping, and we're gonna go camp in this winter wonderland, and let's do some stealth camping. Meanwhile, it's the middle of fucking winter. There's no logging going on currently, so even if somebody were to drive by, I'm pretty sure nobody would give a shit. You know, it's like, well, then what's the point?
So yeah, the car pulled in here no problem. The snow is it's really sticky and squishes down good. So that's pretty good for driving on it. It's not slushy yet. So I'm gonna find some firewood so we can have a nice big raging fire up this mountain back road. And we'll be tailgate camping in the back of this rental SUV tonight. And it's easy, you just pop the top, throw a tarp over it, and call it a shelter. That's my type of camping.
What?
Let's find some firewood.
No, don't. Steve, why?
On these old logging roads, there's tons of wood to be scavenged fairly easily in the summer. There are old slash piles from old cuts and stuff that you can normally get all the firewood you need. I didn't anticipate it would be that much trickier in the winter, but the weather outside is frightful. So I gotta do a little tradesies, a little switcheroo. I have some beer, and I have a friend down the road who lives close to town.
What? I don't know why he has the windows down. Hope you feel better. Fox Sound, thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate it. I'm hoping that this is just, that this doesn't keep going into tomorrow, but we'll see. How you doing, buddy?
Of firewood. So we're gonna do the old swap here, and that'll make things easier for a nice cozy night up a logging road.
Oh yeah, this is before he got sick. This is, hang on, let me take a look. This is 4 years ago, so yeah.
We successfully scored some wood.
What country is this? Dawn? This is Canada.
This will make things a lot nicer tonight. It's only about 3:30 and we're losing daylight power really quickly. It's that time of year where basically by 4 p.m. it's dark. So I'll throw the tarp on here. We'll drag out what we don't need in the back of the car for the night, like the propane and stuff, and then we should be right into the business of camping ASAP.
I die of allergies in my own backyard here. So Steve, if I remember correctly, he's from Alberta. And this is what he does. Now, Steve also does have, and I saw this, it was recorded, I think, like 3 months ago. Steve does have a new girlfriend. And she's a U.S. citizen. So he's actually expanded his horizons because he does all of Canada, and he also now does all of the U.S. This is gonna look like ass, isn't it? He's just gonna close the door on it. Yep. Yep. Steve. Steve, it just looks like you're gonna suffocate yourself. Please.
looks like a fine way to spend the night.
No, it doesn't.
Just like that.
It doesn't.
With this type of a setup, don't run the engine. That would be a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Now that we've slapped together the worst shelter that's ever existed, it's time to crack open a delicious frosty, step number 2 for the day. After all those other steps, we'll all just consider that step 1. So yeah, step 2 time, guys. Crack yours at home.
That
Sure is peaceful out here.
that really is the worst tent I've ever seen.
Where I'm camping here is what's called Crown Land in Canada. So that's public land, really. The Queen doesn't own it. All the citizens do, and we're allowed to come out and enjoy it for recreation purposes, like camping. There are certain restrictions, like 2 weeks maximum, 1 spot, I believe, something like that. So it's a great resource. In the United States, there's something similar called the Bureau of Land Management, so that manages all the public land. And there's similar arrangements where you can go out and camp. Although it is public land, these trees are not public trees, so you can't just go taking them down, because this is somebody's woodlot, so they own the timber rights on this little section of land. I am allowed to be here, but certainly don't want to be taking down any of these majestic pines. This is the setup we got back here. Now, it's not too cold right now. It's probably around 32 Fahrenheit, 0 Celsius. But there's a couple of chairs.
Steve, this is crap, even for you. Like, bro, what are you doing?
I would be able to put this tarp all the way down if it was getting really cold. But it is actually quite nice, good temperature here. In the back there, that's a big mess of blankets and a foamy, and that'll be keeping me warm tonight, hopefully. So that's all there is to it. This is a great little setup, provided you don't run the engine. That's number 1. And I've got Mr. Buddy heater and the propane cylinder there. So if it were to get super cold, I could turn that on. It's always a wise idea, if you don't have a bunch of huge air gaps, the way I do here, is to always have a carbon monoxide alarm with you. Those Mr. Buddy heaters, they have a low oxygen shutoff. So if it were to consume all the oxygen in the room, it would turn off long before that happened. So
does he usually go solo? Yeah, typically he's solo. I know that there's a few videos out there where he'll be with somebody who shows up every once in a while on his YouTube channel called Crazy Neighbor. But the majority, like the vast majority, is him doing it by himself.
They're pretty safe, but yeah, keep the propane cylinders outside of the building if you're running these things. And I don't know if this classifies as a building, but yeah, it's pretty sweet out here. There's not a soul around. I'm not even seeing any like animal tracks really. A couple little bunny tracks, and that's about it. But yeah, I like this setup. I got to do this more. It's super convenient. If you're ever wanting to try winter camping, this is the setup to dip your toe in the water with.
No, it isn't.
If you don't like it, you could just close the door and drive back to your warm, cozy house. No,
Steve. No.
So
no,
let's keep drinking some beer.
Okay.
Walk around while we still get a little bit more daylight there. So we came in on this road. We've pulled into this awesome spot, one of my favorites. And down this road further, there's a lot more stuff to see. But I'm not going to push my luck with a rental car on an unmaintained road that I'm sure is not even on the map. So we don't want problems. I can see a set of tracks. Somebody drove down there. Would have been before yesterday when we got a big snowfall. And there's a really good hunting area back there. It's a quite popular spot. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some people coming by. My friend who I got the firewood from might stop by, but I don't know how likely that will be. He enjoyed some beers yesterday, and he is a little sleepy now. So, let's get down to the business of getting a fire assembled. It's going to be just great. This thing scares me all the time. It's, I should fill that in. I actually dug that hole last summer, and we were using that for a water reservoir. We put a tarp in there and filled it up with water so we'd have water for dishes or whatever we needed. And at first I said, tell me that's not a bear's hibernaculum. But it isn't. It's just the hole I dug that I scare myself with. That'll probably trip in one day if I don't fill it in.
Oh, God.
So, humongous fire ring. That will be a little overkill for the size of the fire we're going to build. I only grabbed that much wood because I don't want to abuse the privilege of trading firewood for beer. All right, it's fire time. In order to make things extra classy and festive for Thanksgiving.
Steve, it was daytime. You could have he could have set all of this up during daytime. And he waited till the worst time to start a fire, which is at night. It was fire time hours ago. Yeah, like, what are you doing, Steve?
American Thanksgiving. We had ours in October in Canada. I am using a Kentucky Fried Chicken scented log. Good thing the bears are slumbering right now. It's a formidable smell, that's for sure. And these...
Does it smell like ass and methadone?
Bears, yeah, they don't mess around. They can smell real good. They can probably smell what I'm thinking right now. And, let's see. Fire log made from 100% recycled wax. Cardboard, not actually fried chicken. I like the disclaimer. Okay.
It's a starter log.
Oh boy.
That's all it is.
Holy, wow! They don't they don't hold back on the 11 herbs and spices. Okay. Yikes! This almost smells pharmaceutical.
Jesus.
Okay. Gonna loosen the wrapper and light there. Light there. Okay.
Because, I mean, you know, that's what I want to do when I'm out camping with very minimal supplies, or, like, I know I'm going to be eating light that night. I want something that gives me the smell of KFC to suffer to for the next 7 hours.
Just follow the directions.
Never thought somebody wanted to alter it. Oh, yeah. Steve, there's a flame on it. Just let it go. Let it do its thing. Or, okay. Steve, the flame's getting bigger. No, okay. We're just... Alright. I'm worried about his pants.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if this burns. Wow. What an age we live in. Well, I can smell it already. It's really, really getting a lot stronger smell.
Fair.
Fire log. Oh, mercy. Why did I buy 2 of these fire logs?
I don't know. It's amazing because it feels like Steve is narrating exactly what I'm thinking at the same time, right? Like, I was just thinking, why the fuck did he buy 2 of those? And then he thought of it simultaneously and just said it. It's amazing.
What I like about these pressed wax log things is they burn for like hours. So if you're starting a fire and you're bringing wood already...
3 bears on the camera sniffing the KFC, right?
Might as well bring another log along to make the lighting process easier. You don't have to mess around with kindling and all all of that bushcrafty stuff. Unless you really want to. Okay, that's good. The smell of the wood is overpowering the fried chicken aroma. Good, good. Fire is going quite nicely. Absolute winter wonderland all around us. It's quite beautiful, majestic, peaceful. The list goes on. And the back of the SUV here that we've got set up is pretty cozy on the inside.
Just wait, Don. Something tells me there's going to be some sort of crazy dinner he's going to have. The smell of the wood is overpowering the smell of fried chicken while camping in the middle of nowhere is wild, isn't it?
I got a bunk set up here. That will be proving to be comfortable, I'm sure. A couple of pots to cook up some Thanksgiving festivities around here. You know, the odd flashlights and whatnot hanging down. I did start up the Mr. Buddy heater, and there's a huge air gap on the bottom here, which is good for carbon monoxide. But if I were to redo this, I could make it a lot closer to the ground. But it was just kind of a fluke of the tarp I had at the time.
Oh, God.
And we got a whole chair there full of Thanksgiving.
Steve, you're camping. Why? Why are you doing this to yourself?
Giving goodies I'm going to have to cook up tonight. So that should prove to be extremely delicious. And, oh, there's my step 2. Even better. Yeah, this is quite the setup. I'm gonna probably do this in the future. I see no problems with this unless it's severe bear territory time, and you know, you don't want to cause any problems there.
Or just food for thought, you accidentally leave the interior lights on like you currently are for too long and the battery dies. Just saying. Got a new flashlight for my car, but my radio batteries aren't holding up as well. Fair. He literally just started a fire to start a fire. Oh, no, he'll cook on it, I think. Hopefully. Either that or he won't, and he'll bring out another thing that he has to start a flame under, and then he'll cook with that. He's done that before.
But this is actually extremely sweet as far as I'm concerned. And it gives a lot more room out of the back of the SUV. So next stop is going to be probably to cook up some food. The snow seems to be falling outside. I can hear it on the tarp. And we're going to make a little Thanksgiving style meal in the back of the SUV.
That's right, in the back of the SUV, not on the totally useless fire you lit.
I'm just cooking on the Mr. Buddy heater down here. That kind of should probably do okay. I'm gonna cook up a little bit of stuffing, then I'm gonna throw in a whole Thanksgiving meal into one pot. And that should do just fine. What
is the outside fire just tradition? No, it's Steve being Steve, unfortunately. That totally useless KFC fire. Yeah, he'll do this. So, like, there was another one where he was in, like, a national park, right? And he lit a fire in the fire pit area, which had a grill over it where you could cook. But next to it, there was also like a small charcoal standing grill, right? Where, let's say you wanted, you know, a bunch of other stuff that you wanted to cook simultaneously or whatever. That's what it was there for. Okay, cool. And the thought process is you can take some of the burning wood that's smaller, or if you used coal, you can use some of the small burning coals and stuff like that, and you just put it in the standing grill that's there, and you can cook more stuff. Steve completely ignored the fact that he had just started a fire and just decided to use the grill by itself without putting the grate back on the fire pit. So he had a perfectly good fire going for no reason other than the fact that it looked really nice at night. And then used the grill to cook all his food.
With precariously balancing a pot of boiling water on a propane appliance, right? So we get this all boiled up. Throw in a helping of rich creamery butter, and you know, I'll make the stuffing, and then I've got a bunch of turkey from the deli. This is actually, I've been snacking on this a little bit. It's a really good roast garlic and pepper turkey breast. So, you know, like, look at that. That is actually, oh, thank goodness the bears are asleep right now, because they would be ripping through this tarp in no time to come join me for dinner. So that should do the job nicely here. And we got gravy and everything we're going to throw in there, and a can of I found niblets were the only thing available at the first grocery store, but I did get my grubby little hands on some actual peaches and cream, so that's what we're going to use. And I'm severely excited to chow down.
Spectre, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
This back of an SUV. Mm-hmm.
Steve, stop huffing butter.
So, the progress continues. We've got corn and stovetop stuffing, and throwing a bunch of turkey.
Wait.
Let it heat up there.
Wait.
Dump in a...
Steve, what? Oh, because he's doing it all in one pan. I was like, why the hell are you mixing corn with stuffing? But no, I forgot. He's making a Thanksgiving dinner all in one pot. Trying out the Star Wars online game you mentioned. It's pretty enjoyable so far. What Star Wars online game? The Old Republic? Star Wars, that's the only one that I can think of. Oh, okay, it is the Old Republic. Yeah, Old Republic is fun. It is. I wish that the tutorials were more user friendly. For sure. But it is fun. It is definitely a fun MMO. Absolutely it is. Other than that, I'm still sick. This morning I had stuff to do, and 5 minutes before I went to go do it, I was trying to stop myself from throwing up into my hands. And then I slept literally all day and woke up just about an hour late to stream, and then started stream. So yeah, we're just taking it easy. We're watching stupid people do stupid things, and just kind of hanging out tonight and just taking it easy.
Oh, a whole helping of gravy, and I think we're off to a good Thanksgiving.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
Can't have enough gravy.
Oh, okay.
Like this.
That's,
so,
sir.
In goes the gravy to get everything nice and coated.
That is a lot of salt that he just poured in. That is a whole can of salt he just poured into that pot.
Throw a lid on there, and we'll see what happens. Getting a little more ready to hunker down any moment now, after I finish delicious Thanksgiving in a pot. This is not for those people that don't like their different foods touching each other on the plate.
Well, duh.
This is absolutely delicious. This.
What's he using to heat the pan? This down here is a space heater that has a, it's like a protective grill over the top of it. So he was balancing the pot on top of the grill, the safety grill, because this thing is so powerful it will make water boil. So he was cooking an entire Thanksgiving dinner on top of a grill of a space heater.
Got everything in there other than potatoes, I guess, and I didn't want to open up the whole can of cranberries. I had that planned.
Can that be used to heat it enough? Oh, yeah. He said it in a previous video. That thing, I think he said, has something like 18,000 BTUs of heat that it can put out. So in this really, really, really tiny space, once everything is heated up, and considering the pot is just going to conduct heat, it will absolutely be more than enough. There's also a scented fire running outside. He's not wrong, Spectre. Earlier, he decided to light a fire outside, and he used a KFC starter log, which is a thing I never knew existed until a few minutes ago, where it makes the entire camping area that benefits from the warmth of the fire smell like Kentucky Fried Chicken.
But I think this is quite enough for me. I'm probably gonna have leftovers, I have to say. Save some room for a little pumpkin pie after that. So I have to give a major shout out to the people who have gone above and beyond and donated charities and volunteered and everything else like that.
Well, it's the middle of the winter too, right? So most of the bears are hibernating, and he's God knows how far up a mountain in Canada in the middle of the winter. So chances are he won't have to worry about bears, but he's also kind of pushing his luck. He made an entire Thanksgiving dinner, and then he also made his entire campground smell like KFC.
I think I got the best subs in the world. Everybody is just phenomenal. The amount of people that have reached out, I have to let everybody know, you guys are making a difference. Thank you so much, guys, for all that. And then the folks that have donated so that I can enjoy step 2 and rent a car to go onto these back road adventures. It's so hard to sit here and talk when I just want to consume this delicious meal. But thank you all. And it is starting to snow out here. I really hope I'm not stuck here tomorrow. I'm gonna poke my head out the door, and I'm gonna check on the snow after I'm done devouring my Thanksgiving dinner.
Steve, you don't have a door. You literally turn and lift the tarp.
And I'm thankful for all you guys. Thank you for watching along. I'm very thankful for that. And I know, it's time to be thankful for what we can be thankful for. So, cheers, everyone.
That's his KFC fire. What was he eating? So he made stuffing in a pot, and then after he made stuffing, he added a can of corn, and then he ended up getting like pre-cut turkey breast that he put in there, and then he dumped a whole can of gravy in on top of it and mixed it up and waited for it to heat up. So he had an entire Thanksgiving dinner in one pot.
The structure from the inside looks pretty good for the night. And of course, about time to go to bed. So here I am in my picture-perfect piece of paradise, getting ready to sleep for the night with the bear spray beside me just in case. But they should be pretty well done for the year. So that's a relief. Anyway, we'll see you guys bright and early.
Oh yeah, also, he's this is not his car. This is a rental car. So he rented the car, brought it halfway up a mountain in the middle of winter, and is using it as a tent in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Good morning. It really does not get better than that. This is an awesome setup. It was like I was sleeping indoors. It was that warm. I had the buddy heater on low, and there's not even much condensation inside here on the windows.
Of course there isn't, because you've got the fucking tailgate open, you dingus. There wouldn't be. You've got a space heater running underneath the tarp that's being held up by the tailgate. Steve.
So, that was an awesome success. Time to get up and start the day. I would camp like this any day of the week.
Oh,
this
God.
is probably my new favorite setup out of anything I've done. For stealthiness, I would give it 0% because it's just not a stealthy setup. But as far as coziness, that's got to be up at like 80%. Really, I could stretch out just fine in this. I'm 5'11", so if you were much taller than 6 feet, you may not want the Santa Fe. But sleeping diagonally, you could probably stretch out quite comfortably. The seats actually, they go fairly far flat when you flip them back. Some of them, they're kind of at an angle, so you're sitting up all night. But yeah, that was awesome. I'm just getting packed up. We can hit these logging roads. I'm curious to see if there's any fresh prints or tracks out here that we can try to identify some type of wildlife other than the few that we saw at the very beginning.
He's got to break it down.
Tarps. They come the size of an envelope, and then when you roll them back up, they're the size of a raft. So, awesome.
That's true. I bet you that water tastes amazing too. There was a place in New Hampshire that I used to go to all the time, especially in the summer, and it was called Lake Winnipesaukee. And Lake Winnipesaukee sits at the base of a mountain, and you have snow and ice that just melts on the top of the mountain and makes its way all the way down. And even if it was like 100 degrees Fahrenheit outside, you could jump in this water and you would immediately be freezing. But I will say that if you go a little bit farther upstream, what you can do is you can take all of your water bottles and all that stuff and you can fill it up. Not only will it stay cold for the day and probably start to like create ice inside because it's so cold, but if you take all that stuff and you put it in a cooler, you're good for days. And it is some of the cleanest water I've ever had in my entire life.
I pulled down this road. It's normally a good spot to see.
And yes, it is crystal clear. It is crystal clear. No bullshit. The spot that I'm thinking of where I always used to go swimming, it was the water must have been about 20 to 30 feet deep, and you could see clearly looking down into it all the way to the bottom. Now, if you actually dove in, and typically what we do is there was this spot where you could go that would be about, I don't know, maybe 15 to 20 feet up, where you could jump off into this little area And you would go all the way down to the bottom. But it was incredibly cold. Everything shrunk up immediately, and you had to be, it was so cold, in fact, that you actually had to be mindful of holding your breath, because it was so cold. Your immediate response is to go and like suck all the air in, and you don't want to do that when you're 20 feet underwater. Same with my spot, White Lake. You can see where you're stepping. Oh, yeah.
Some wildlife, or at least some evidence of it, and I saw some tracks. But it turns out there are human tracks, which are not that interesting. So I'll keep poking around here. Actually, I'm going to turn around because I think I'm going to get stuck if I go any further than this. It really is a sleepy forest up in these higher elevations. There's not a whole lot. I did see a bunch more stuff down at the lower elevations at the start of the logging road. And then I get up here and it's pretty quiet. Until now, I found these prints. And they're fairly big. I'll give you a comparison there.
Oh boy. Medicine, what's going on? How you doing, buddy?
I don't know exactly what they are. It's not really all that fresh, but it looks like it could be a lynx or a big cat like that. If you know tracks, let me know what you think that might be. That's it's about all I've seen so far. So I'm gonna zip down the hill, and unless I see anything amazingly interesting on the way down, I'll call this the video for the week. And we're out here filming a couple of more right away. So that's going to be awesome. There's going to be good times coming up. We're going to hit a couple other really cool spots that I know of. And we're going to get that 400,000 special filmed out here as well. So thanks everybody. Thanks for subscribing. If you haven't and you'd like to, that's free and it's good to do and it makes you feel good. So until next time, you're camping with Steve.
That's Steve. Oh, yeah, here we go. Stealth camping, highway median. I'll bring this one up. We won't watch it just yet because he stealth camps in Russia. Oh, God. We have Vagrant Holiday that we can watch. It's Vagrant Holiday. Why not? Let's do it. Yes, Vagrant Holiday. It is a homeless man that has a YouTube channel that goes all over the world to prove that you don't need a shit ton of money to actually be able to visit all these different places in the world. But he's quite literally homeless. He doesn't pay for hotels. He doesn't pay for food unless he has to. He does the same kind of thing that Steve does, which is stealth camping, but he does it in like heavy urban areas most of the time, and then travels kind of all over the place. You'll see what stealth camping is.
Cold as fuck out here. Here's all my stuff. I'm a little worried about the weather, but fuck it.
My plan as usual is to never pay for accommodation, so I've got to figure out how to stay warm and what I'm doing for the next month and a half.
You can't see in the video how cold it is, but my hands are turning red from just walking around. Anyway, I just hid my sleeping gear under a fallen tree and covered it with leaves. Not sure if what I have will even be warm enough though. And I haven't eaten anything today because it's a fucking holiday and everything's closed. But in better news, this is probably the best place to be if World War III breaks out, because third time's the charm.
Fuck sleeping in the cold, I got a better idea. Alright, let's see what I can find in here. Alright, I can make it work.
This is stealth camping at its most extreme.
I'll take some sheets. Okay, so here's my bed. I got one sheet down here because the floor is dirty and it's gonna keep me clean. And I got 3 sheets here that are gonna use as blankets. Those are gonna keep me warm. I'm gonna have to sleep like I'm a goddamn Tetris piece. But it's not raining and it's not cold. If I put my feet in this corner, I can lay down. And I found an outlet up there, so charging some stuff. There's also some Wi-Fi in here, so it's pretty nice. Shit, I gotta be quiet.
So you find somewhere to sleep like anywhere, yes.
There's a lot of activity going on out there. I wonder what time it is. 8 o'clock.
And it's called stealth camping because they don't know you're there.
Guess I should get up. This time, instead of leaving myself at the mercy of whoever opens this, I found this metal bar and I wrapped this wire around it, attaching it to the door handle. I can push as hard as I want, it's not opening. If I need to escape, I might be able to crawl down this. I don't think I have to do that. Nobody uses fucking stairwells. Everybody
Jesus.
uses elevators.
Holy
If
shit,
I
bro.
turn it around like this, it's even better. It sounds exactly like a locked door. I just woke up in the closet the second night. Nobody tried to open the door, so I guess I didn't need that thing after all, but whatever. It let me sleep a little better. This is gonna be the last night I sleep in the closet. Just throw this back in here where I found it. Sometimes I think I try a little too hard to be stealth when I see people like this sleeping under the bridge. If you can get away with this, what could I get away with? Alright, I came to collect my stash of things that I've got back here under these leaves.
Oh yeah, it's definitely
I'm gonna walk
B&E.
through this park. It's like one of the biggest parks in the world, I hear. Bigger than Central Park in New York. This is pretty nice, as far as parks go. Shut up. Fuck. I'm trying to make a video. Doing the Flixbus thing again, or Interflix, that deal where you get 5 direct tickets to anywhere for €99. So that's like €20 a ticket, cheap as fuck.
Yeah, B&E, breaking and entering. So what he was doing in the hotel, because he wasn't paying for a hotel room, is he was technically breaking and entering.
Just got into Lyon, France. I gotta figure out where to put this so I don't have to carry it. I just watched the park's cleanup crew come by and do an absolutely pitiful job at cleaning up this park because there's fucking trash everywhere. But this is a good thing because I know what they don't do, and they don't go into the fucking bushes.
No, he doesn't show his face.
Go.
At least I haven't seen him show it.
And that's what my stash looks like. Covered it up with a bunch of junk I found laying around. Alright, I just climbed hella stairs, and this view is fucking amazing. I'm actually surprised by how nice it is. And that's what I like about traveling in Europe. You see a lot more surprises like that. You travel to the US, all the cities look like some shit-stained toddler designed it with a Lego collection.
True.
This over here, it kind of looks like the Eiffel Tower to me. I wonder if there's like a Lyon versus Paris rivalry, kind of like Seattle versus Portland. Except in that case, it's like arguing what tastes better, cat or dog shit. Looks like they got some bullshit protest happening down there, so maybe it's more like Portland and Seattle after all. Not the kind of weather I was hoping to deal with, but I'm sure it'll stop soon. If you actually gotta use the toilet, a little bit complicated because they don't have a lot of free toilets everywhere. So you just stand outside at McDonald's, like this one, and you find a trash can, and you dig for a receipt really quick. Let's see what we got here. 2509.
Alright, I'm tired of shit because I just walked around with some French lady forever. And as soon as she learned I was American, she decided she had to take me on a tour of the city. And she was very excited about this city. Well, it's been raining all day, and it turned the ground into just a bunch of mud. So if I'm going to lay down on that, I got to figure out a way to do so without making myself a mess. Oh, there's a tarp in there. I could just pull that out of there. Alright, I just woke up, and this is where I slept.
And he pulled it out.
Same booty and sleeping bag setup I had last time. Some old lady was just right there talking on her cell phone and woke me up. I'm in the grocery store trying to find something to eat. And I see this. Snail shells. Why would you sell this?
Bro, you need a fork. You need a fork for those.
I fell asleep on the bus and woke up in California. At least that's what it feels like. This is Nîmes. I know somebody in this town, and they're gonna meet me at the train station. This is gonna be a super chill town. I'm not sleeping in a bush or anything. I got keys to an apartment because I know someone here and I'm staying with them. I met them last time in the last video when I was in Strasbourg. Pays off to keep in contact with the people you meet. You got a ticket stand with Batman next to a semi-truck in the desert. But what's really weird about this is the fucking nude Bart Simpson riding a skateboard with a Toy Story guy looking at him. Creepy as shit. Hanging out in this girl's place waiting for the rain to let up. Bunch of girl stuff everywhere. Anyway, somebody was asking me last time, what do I have in my bag? And it's none of your fucking business. Oh, no, I'm just kidding. I will show you what I got in my bag. I don't care. So, metal cup. I use this for shaving. Last time I was cutting the bottoms off a water bottle. Now I've moved up in the world. Got a military surplus canteen to fit the military surplus backpack because they always have that deal where if you're unemployed you only have to buy it once. Barnes & Noble
What?
book reader. This is like an old one, but you know what? I found it for like $5. There's actually a combination of button presses you can do on this thing to use it without an account, so that's what I do. Free EPUBs off SoulSeek. These are my headphones, super lightweight. There's Sony XB400s. This is a pouch. I got 2 of those in here. They used to be on the sides of this backpack, but I cut them off to give it a more of a low profile. I got a fork for eating stuff out of cans like a hobo. Charging cable, a very short one, and a long one. I have a flashlight, power bank, battery for a flashlight, another one of those. Micro SD cards for the camera. Last time I brought all these different adapters. This is all you need, just USB to whatever you call that. Shaving cream, Altoids tin full of multivitamins from Trader Joe's. This is like the bag that you slip on top of an umbrella. And inside I've got some bar soap. This is actually pretty fancy bar soap that you can use in your hair. It's a bunch of shaving
It looks like a donut.
razors. This is cool. This is something you can use. Brush your teeth with it. Mirror, nail clippers, very important. Baking soda, which I use for toothpaste because I'm just like old school. And a comb. This is my phone. I'll talk about some of the apps I have on it. An APK updater to update all my apps without the Google Play Store. Perfect. Firefox Focus for browsing the internet. Flixbus for booking trips. I use this all the time. This is great. It takes fucking forever to load. Jesus. Offline maps. You just download them and search them. Email. That's really it. I don't have social media because that's for girls and waste of time. Only one set of clothes, all black, so if I make a mess it doesn't show up. That's it. That's all I got. That's all I brought. I just made a mess of this girl's table, so now I'm gonna have to clean that up and then I'm gonna get out of here. Look at this fucking weather. It's what I've been dealing with for the past 3 days. Doesn't let up at all.
I mean, to be fair to this guy, aside from his YouTube channel, because that's how he makes money, he really does live pretty much completely off the grid.
The girl I'm staying with proposed we borrow a friend's car and go to Avignon for half a day. Here I am with the person I know from Nîmes going to Avignon. They are very camera shy, that's why they're making this face.
He's very sarcastic all the time. I feel like if
I'm never sarcastic.
I wish he would never come here.
Okay. Well, that's it for Nîmes. It was fun, at least some of it. So parking is fun in France, especially when you almost end up in the ditch in front of you, right?
No.
Smells like successful parking.
All right, tell me the story of this castle.
I don't know.
You have to make one up or something.
Hey, I'm eating. French people don't speak with month, something in the month.
Oh, of course. It's a very American thing, right?
It's very rude.
Ah,
This is something you do, actually.
I do this?
Yes.
Yeah, what do I know? I'm just a rude American.
Yeah, you're right.
What do you think about Avignon?
Nice
Nice.
and sunny, so I like it.
Perfect. Nice and sunny. So
He's in France.
that's the verdict on Avignon.
That's all we need.
All right, back in Nîmes, returned the car, said my goodbyes. Nîmes is all right. It's small. It's not amazing, but it's okay. 2:30 in the morning, still in Nîmes. This is the bus stop that my bus is supposed to show up at. That's gonna take me all the way to Slovenia, and there's no one else here. It doesn't really inspire a whole lot of confidence. There's like no signs for Flixbus anywhere. So hopefully this damn thing shows up. It's supposed to be here probably like right now. I'm just
Oh, probably. I'd be very, very, very surprised if he wasn't.
hoping the fucking thing exists. Oh my god, I think that's the motherfucker right there. I'm actually gonna catch this fucking thing.
And now he's in Slovenia.
Not really sure how to pronounce this place. Ljubljana, I think the guy said. I gotta figure out where to sleep. Okay, looks like a bunch of fucking parking over here. I've only been off the bus for like 2 minutes and I saw this thing. It's like a billboard on wheels. I'm thinking about ducking behind these wheels and just going to sleep. I think I slept in this morning. That was pretty good for a spot that I only took 2 minutes to find. But I should probably find a better one. Here's the city. Looks like there's some trees like way over there, so I'm gonna head that direction. When I climbed under this thing, I got fucking truck grease all over my bag, and it's coming off of my hands and shit, so that's not good. Look at that. Fucked it up, man. I don't know how to clean that shit off, but I guess I can do my best attempts in the McDonald's restroom. Just a little bit of walking and I found some woods. This is interesting. It's like we got some sort of gazebo here. Oh, that's a lot of trash. And then up here, abandoned house. If it starts raining, I can duck into that abandoned building. So I think I'll just stash my stuff here. This is in such an awkward spot on the hill that there's no way anybody's gonna stumble across this. It's not bad. It may be a little dirty, but whatever, it could work. Nice. I guess it's Mikasa, Slovenia. I love this kind of shit. I've gotten a few death stares from the locals just walking around. I mean, I haven't even walked that far either. Maybe not the friendliest bunch. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm like the only person out here. This place is like a fucking ghost town. So the castle in this town's alright. It's free to go in. You can wander around it. Yeah, I still think most art sucks. You got a view over here, and you turn around, and you got a view over here. Nice. Yeah, so I think this is the town with the most fucking anarchist graffiti I've ever seen. Probably speaks volumes on the maturity level of the people here, though I haven't really talked to many. They're not that friendly, I've noticed. Up the punks. Fuck me, man. I haven't heard that one in fucking 10 years. There's a bunch of abandoned buildings in this town, and here you've got something written on the wall about Nazis. I'm not sure if that's typical leftist hysterics, but if you're a Nazi and still think you're relevant, you're probably an idiot. And if you're an anarchist that thinks they're fighting Nazis, you're also an idiot. So it's idiots versus idiots here. I'm not sure who's gonna win, but it's probably gonna be the idiots. Enjoy the decline, I guess.
Fair.
And over here, you've got this fucking thing, the Metalkova. I don't know. It's like some sort of cultural arts center. The whole place is full of fucking graffiti. They have a treehouse there in the center. You can sit and smoke weed and drink beer. Pretend that you're the bad kid in high school. Call it cultural enrichment, I guess. No
But
photos of people. This is not a zoo.
Oh, okay, but I mean, a treehouse in the middle of a public area where you can smoke weed and drink beer actually sounds kind of cool. I'd do it. Not because I thought it was a badass, but because it'd be fun to just sit there and have a beer and smoke weed. But I don't see that as a problem.
I think it might actually be a zoo, though. Winter Sun, that's a good band. Well, at least their first album was. The rest sucked. God, I sound like a fucking hipster. This place is punk as fuck. I used to be punk. Then I realized I was an idiot.
Fair.
It's fucking raining. So, I'm probably gonna sleep inside some of that abandoned shit I found earlier. Finding a place to sleep that's clean enough to lay down is gonna be tricky. I gotta find something I can lay down on. I'm not seeing anything. Gotta think differently about this. What is this? Oh yeah, that'll work. There's some fucking nails here.
There's actually a pretty wild rabbit hole around him and people trying to figure out who this guy is. Oh, I don't doubt it.
I'll just put that downwards and sleep on top of it. So hopefully nobody comes in here and kills me tonight.
A lot of your dreams are like this, oh no.
Only an asshole kills somebody on a rainy night, so hopefully I don't have to worry about that. Alright, so this is where I slept last night. Pretty comfortable. I guess that was enough space, so now I'm gonna roll that stuff up and stash it somewhere in the woods and go into town. Alright, so there's some bullshit happening here. Apparently it's a protest against vaccinations. How long am I gonna be in this town for? Oh, that's right, tomorrow night. Fuck. I found the Antifa area. Let's check it out. Got some trash cans. We got some concrete. You got some graffiti. There's some stairs here. Nice area, Antifa. I don't see any Nazis. Good job. Eternal sunshine of the spotless mind. I didn't know chick flicks and graffiti went together, but apparently in Slovenia, that's a thing. More fucking rain. Always fucking rain. Goddamn fucking rain. Final day in this place, thank God. It's fucking raining again. I gotta be honest, I don't really like this town. Old Town's nice, but you don't need 3 days to see it. I've been here for 3 days because the bus to Romania only leaves twice a week. Everybody here speaks English, but they're not too interested in talking, I've noticed. Maybe they're a little too punk for me, but when I say punk, I don't mean punk in the fun way. I mean punk in the communist masquerading as anarchist way, which is the opposite of fun. Anyway, I'm just glad to be getting out of here. It turns out my bus is going to be 2 hours late. With 2 meals in my bag and a full bottle of water for the trip, I don't really feel like carrying it around, so this is what I'm going to have to look at for the next 2 hours. The cops harassed me while I was walking over here. I was crossing the street, not using the crosswalk, and then they stopped me asking me for my fucking ID. So I just acted like an American idiot before they told me to leave. Is it okay for you to cross the streets in your country like that? And I was basically like, yeah, sure, why not?
I feel like you'll call me a poser
punk.
punk.
Told me to fuck off.
Oh
It was a
shit.
very long bus ride, and it dropped me off here, middle of fucking nowhere, Romania. Anyway, I gotta walk to Sibiu, which I think is 2 kilometers out that way somewhere. So after a long walk through some ass-looking parts of town, I found this bombed-out-looking structure over here near the train tracks.
Hey, Sophia, how you doing? That's his last big update. Last big update. Let me see. Vagrant Holiday. I'm done with the videos. No more will be posted here. Vagrant Holiday was a side project done purely for fun and not profit. Okay. No need to read further if you're sane. Do not try and find or contact me for any reason. I owe nothing to anyone. I'm not your friend. I have no idea who you are. If you claim I've saved your life, no, I didn't. You don't need to know what I'm doing. It's not your business. If someone not posting to the internet on a regular basis is upsetting or the most mysterious thing you've experienced, I can't help you with your problem. Read this. Parasocial interaction, fair. There's nowhere else I'll be posting to. Rumors surrounding this channel are likely made up by attention seekers. If it sounds dumb, it probably is. If it doesn't, you might be the one who's dumb. Go outside. P.S. To those asking if I'm dead, the answer is yes. Funeral was last week. You weren't invited. You know what? I like this guy. I have a lot of respect for this dude. Sleepy? I'm sick? Yeah. Oh, yeah, this morning was rough. I literally slept like all day after I did my shit this morning. And then woke up an hour late to stream. And I still haven't had anything to eat, but I am starting to feel a little hungry. So I may go quiet here for a couple of minutes. So that I can grab something to eat. But yeah, I mean, other than that. His last vid was 7 months ago, and that update was from 10 months ago, so he might really be done recording. Hey, you know what? I mean, that's fine. Good on him. You know, he did what he wanted to. He, let's see. This has almost 1 million views. Almost 900,000 views. That's really good. You know, I mean, he had 400,000 subscribers, or at least does at this point, right? So... You know, he can still make money off residuals and everything else. And yeah, I mean, he did what he wanted to do and he's done. Good for him. Thanks for the chill time. You got to crash soon too? No, you don't. We still have that many minutes left.
So I'm thinking I can stash my shit somewhere over here. And if it starts to rain, I can just kind of go in there. Right there, next to that. Now I'm going to walk into town and see what this place is all about.
Ignore him. I hope you have a good sleep. Nah, yeah. Definitely have a good sleep, Don.
I'm heading back to that
Thanks for
place
hanging
I
out,
found.
buddy.
I'm going to go in there and check this shit out for bums, crackheads, vampires. This is Transylvania. But I don't have to worry about that because everybody knows vampires all probably died of AIDS in the 80s.
What?
Is that poop? That is poop. That is a lot of poop over there. And it smells like poop. Why all the fucking poop? Look at this. Just poop. This is like shit city, man. I don't know if I want to sleep in here. Is that poop? Yeah, it's poop.
Don't sleep in
Why
shit
is there
city.
so much fucking shit in there. What the? I'm just trying to picture the mental state you have to be in to go through so much effort to poop in a place where there's not even a fucking toilet paper or any goddamn thing. And there's a fucking McDonald's like literally across the street. Some sort of dead animal. I almost stepped on that. This place is disgusting. This whole fucking area is disgusting. I'm gonna move somewhere else. I don't even care if I get rained on. I'm not sleeping in a fucking shit-torium. I found this path that goes down to what it looks like to be a field. Fuck that. Went into the field and there was just some guy sitting in the middle of it, squatting there and staring at me. Kind of freaked me out a little bit. Now I'm on a hill overlooking a park up against this wall. So I think I'll follow the wall a little bit into the vegetation here. Lay down and sleep. And God, I hope nobody has taken a dump back here. Alright, so this is where I slept, and these chainsaw guys came and started fucking around, so now I gotta get up because I can't sleep through that. That's really the only thing I can do with this at the moment. But I'm in such a weird part of the park, I don't think anybody's gonna come up here.
I honestly think this guy and his content is like the perfect attractor of parasocial people. Just a random guy recording what he's doing and doing what most are scared to do or just can't. And it just attracts them like flies on shit. People want to know everything about him. I mean, yeah, but at the same time, you can say that for basically any content creator or streamer. And that's kind of the... It's stupid, but it's also kind of the point, right? So, yes, he's an attractor for people who are parasocial, but if you don't have people who are interested or at least semi-interested in parasocial activities, then you won't get anybody who subscribes, right? So, here's another perfect example. I start my stream, I tell you guys how I'm doing, right? If you don't follow this channel, why would you fucking care how I'm feeling? Chances are you wouldn't. But if you're one of those people who's interested in the same kind of stuff that I am, who likes the same kind of stuff that I cover, who likes watching the videos that I like watching, who likes, watching the video games that I play and so on, you attach yourself to that person, right? And you attach yourself to my channel, and that's all well and fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Parasocial stuff it's not inherently bad because it's being used as a tool. The problem is when parasocial activity goes overboard, right? So people, when they start going, hey, I want your personal phone number, or I want to know where you live, or hey, let's get together and we're going to go have beers, or hey, I want to stay at your place for a while. Or in more extreme circumstances, when it comes to really good looking women, oh, this person's going to be stalking you now. This person's going to try and dox you to get all your personal information. These people are going to be sending, SWAT threats and bomb threats and it's when that shit goes over the line that parasocial activity becomes a really bad thing. Or, hey, I'm going to kill the president to show how much... Oh, yeah. There have been things like that even before streaming, right? Perfect example, Jodie Foster, right? Literally the guy who shot Reagan did it for Jodie Foster. No bullshit. It's insane. Absolutely insane. So I mean, there have been tons and tons of people who've done it in the past, way before streaming or anything else. It's brought more into the limelight now, specifically because the world's a lot smaller. It's exactly who you're thinking about. Yep. Yeah. The guy, I can't remember his name for the life of me, but the guy who shot Reagan did it specifically to gain attention from Jodie Foster because he supposedly fell in love with her after seeing her in Taxi Driver. No bullshit. Like, that's an actual thing that happened. It wasn't like, I'm pretty sure the guy was like, excuse me, also politically motivated to an extent. I don't remember the ins and outs of the whole thing, but I do remember that, like, the majority of what he did was to stand out because he wanted Jodie Foster to love him. John Hinckley, fair. Yep.
Train station, I saw these fucking trains, man. Try wandering around in a train yard like this in the United States. You got like 5 security guards and 3 different types of cops trying to fucking kill you. Kind of reminds me of the time I was squatting an empty train car with a friend in the train yard of Sacramento. Found a bunch of old applesauce in there from the 80s. Apparently that shit never expires, so we just kept drinking it out of the jars. Never got sick. At the time it seemed like the perfect way to get superpowers, but it didn't really work out. So anyway, I don't know why I'm telling that story. So here I am in the supermarket, and I see this.
Crap.
Crap. That's pretty good. Got a lot of crap here. I don't know if I have an appetite for crap, so I'll have to find something else.
I'm not gonna lie, for the goof, I would easily buy a jar of that crap and try it.
What the fuck?
It's about 6:30 in the morning on a random street in Sibiu. I should probably provide a little context. I met this girl sitting on top of a fence, taking photos of this abandoned building with her phone. I asked her if she's ever been inside. She said no. I asked her what was stopping her. She said, I don't know.
Can't believe you that you actually were around here when I was here. Why would you let this just waste away? Why? I don't get it.
I don't know. How old is this building anyway?
I don't know either. My architect friend came by and she said, look, that building, when I was living here, because she was living here before me, always fascinated me.
And they didn't go in?
It was locked.
Ah, it was locked.
And she just took pictures from all around it and that was it. Yeah, it took somebody like you. I know you American guys, you really are good with talking people into stuff.
Crit, what's going on, Crit? How you doing? Yeah, I apparently still haven't gotten over being sick. So yeah, one of those deals. So he also enables two. These are friends that he's kept in contact with, and they are just like, yeah, sure, fuck it. You're kind of weird, probably semi-attractive, probably have a dick the size of a crowbar, so why not? Fuck it. Yeah. And they help him out.
It's about 20 centimeters and it's another 20 centimeters. So this was definitely made to be sturdy.
You seem pretty sure about that.
Well, I'm an engineer.
What's this door?
Seriously? I don't know. No, okay. I could hit it harder, but...
You'd break it.
Jesus.
Maybe one more time.
Maybe.
Holy
Third time's
shit.
the charm.
Yeah. Whoa. That's a nice view. I can believe. Thank God for the karate movies.
And then afterwards, she invited me to crash for the night. And so that's what I did.
Yeah. No. You didn't crash. I guarantee it was more like smash. She's totally done that before, knew exactly where to kick it. Oh, fuck yeah, she did.
Unfortunately, she wakes up at some ungodly hour. But yeah, it's always good hanging out with the locals. Fuck hanging out with other travelers. I mean, I don't know the statistics, but the odds are too high I'd run into a social media obsessed, travel, spiritual freedom type. Nah, I'd rather just hang out with the guy that drives a trash truck on Tuesday.
The fucking train dropped me off in some dumb part of town, so I gotta do the long walk. Vlad Depeche. Named a street after that son of a bitch. Nice. I'm like right in the city center, and there's a bunch of shit over there, so I could probably make use of that. Brasov is a lot of hills, and anything that's not a hill is packed with people. So it's hill or nothing. If I could just find one flat place that's just big enough to lay down, that would be good. Alright, so this actually might be the flattest place I'm gonna find up here. Looks like down there is a hostel playing a bunch of fucking reggae hippie music, which pretty much sums up why I don't stay at hostels. Looks like people are drinking. It might be one of those party hostels. So that guy's like way over there, and I can already make out details of this conversation. It's basically talking about how if a girl smiles at you, it doesn't necessarily mean she wants to fuck you. There's just not a whole lot of shit to...
I mean, also true, but yeah, that's a really loud conversation to be having.
cover this with. But I can't really see it. I don't know if my mind is in the gutter, but I swear every time I see this thing. I came in here to use the restroom, and the decor in the Brasov McDonald's is very, very strange. I don't know why, but this shit kind of creeps me out for some reason. I'm gonna take a walk down what they say is the narrowest street in Europe. I think there were narrower streets in Venice. I'm not really sure who takes the fucking measurements on these things. I'm not even really sure if Romanians are that honest with their shit, but it is a narrow street, so who cares? We're coming to the end of the narrowest street. And I think it was more of an alley than a street, but that's one hell of a way to get tourists to look at it, I guess. Another morning in Transylvania. The sun vanquishes the horrible night. And what a fucking horrible night that was. There's some loud discotheque over there playing loud as fuck music until like 6 in the morning. I have no idea how much sleep I got. Doing the fucking death march to the edge of town because Flixbus always insists on being in the middle of nowhere. And Brasov is a nice place, but you can't really spend a whole lot of time here before it gets boring. So I'm gone. I got to the center, I think, and looks like there's a hill over there with some foliage, so I'm gonna go over there and check that out. Found this park area. Looks like there's a lot of bushes here, so I could probably make something work. So I'm gonna go in here. Okay, there's some guys sitting like right over there. But I don't think anybody's gonna come over here, so I don't really give a shit. Yeah, I'm just really tired of carrying this stuff around, so I'm gonna put my stuff there. Alright, done with that. I'm only here for an hour. I find a bush and I got the best location in town. Hopefully it works out. Well, that's not something I expected to see.
Ronald Reagan? What? In Hungary?
So here I am in this fuck off part of the city because I got an email from this guy I know telling me about this big abandoned building full of old trains up here. So I'm gonna go check that out. Alright, that looks pretty fucking abandoned. I think this is what I'm looking for. Okay, I don't think anybody saw me. Good. That looks pretty sweet. So here the larger abandoned building is further in, so I'm gonna have to sneak my way in here. Alright, at least 2 people saw me, and I just kind of walked around without giving a shit, and they didn't say anything, so that's good. Alright, looks like I'm not very far away from where I'm trying to go. There's just a lot of fucking activity out here. I'm not sure if all this activity is coordinated, but the way I'm dressed, I'm probably not going to blend in too well. Stealthing my way through here is probably not going to be viable, so I'm just going to act really stupid and really lost. My friend sends me this email. He says, yeah, I went out there and I couldn't get in because there's always damn workers around. Yeah, there's a lot of workers around, but none of the workers give a shit.
True.
This is it, man. Wow. Alright, well, I think I'm going to shut this off and take some photos. Guess I'll just walk out of here the same way I walked in, without giving a shit.
Final morning in Budapest. This was a good spot for like, I don't know, 3 or 4 nights. I mean, look at this. Okay, this is where I slept. We go like 1, 2, I don't know, a handful of steps over here. The thing is, nobody from this playground is gonna hop this stupid little fence and go into these weeds.
Don't give a shit. Got it. Yep. Okay, now he's in Poland.
Poland. I'm gonna wander around, see if I can find a place to sleep. That looks abandoned to me. That could be good. Oh, look at that. A nice opening in the fence. That's perfect. Over here are just a lot of bushes. Let me get my flashlight out to make sure they're not filled with just pure shit. Oh, there's a lot of snails. Don't sleep in the grass. The snails will crawl on your face. If you got that reference, you're way too punk for your own good. Further into the mystery field. Somebody's already camping back here. Does not appear to be home, though. We definitely have some sort of hobo camp here, but I can't tell how old it is. He had a fire, and he looked like he was cooking, but I don't know how long ago that was. I found this wall here. I'm just gonna sleep behind this wall. So I just woke up. There's two guys hanging out at a bus about 50 meters away. I gotta figure out how to get out of here without being seen. Nice, looks like they're leaving. Good timing. I'm gonna leave my stuff here. Camo's gonna have to do most of the work, unfortunately, because I can't find enough shit to cover it with. Just a bunch of this crap. I think it should be good. Nobody's gonna fucking come back here. This is where I was wandering around last night. I'm pretty sure whoever was here is gone. Probably left for the winter. This is like the smallest car I've ever seen. I don't even know if it's real. I think it's a real car. It's like a 4-seater. How much does one of those cost? 50 bucks. I found another one. Probably only fit 7 clowns in there instead of the standard 15. I don't even know what the make or model is. I got kicked out of the church because I refused to answer if I was there for prayer or tourism. I told them it was none of their business. They didn't like that answer. Other than that, it's a nice town to walk around. It's a small town. People here think it's a big city. It's not. If you're from the United States, none of these towns seem that big. Alright, I just arrived in this town. No idea how to pronounce it. I was talking to somebody on the bus about Krakow. They asked me what I thought about it. I said it's pretty nice for a small town. They're like, that's one of the biggest cities in Poland. So apparently this is a country of small towns. Way down there, looks like some fields and bushes and weeds. I've only been walking around for like 10 minutes or so, but this seems like a pretty easy place to find a camping spot. No idea what any of this shit means, but looks like if we go back here, there's some stuff. I don't know what this used to be. Maybe a train station. God, it's just so fucking hot out here. I don't even need the sleeping bag. 33 Celsius. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but here I am with this fucking coat and this big sleeping bag. I was thinking it was gonna be cold as shit the entire time. There's trash everywhere. But maybe inside the bushes is a place that's large enough to lay down. Yeah, sure. I can do this. Just sleep right here. Perfect. I'm gonna have to hire a maid. And done. Hidden. I swear this heat makes everything so much fucking worse. People live in here? This is like the weirdest picture on a product I've ever seen. Like,
what the fuck?
This seductive look from this girl with the spaghetti from the guy draped over the fork all haphazardly, and what the fuck expression is he making?
Yeah.
Fucking town I can't pronounce in Poland at night, and there's so many fucking drunk assholes out here, you might as well just rename it People's Park. I almost got into a fight with a street punk because I looked at him while he was performing a snot rocket on the street. I guess that's like a fucking offense in this fucking town, so his friends had to hold him back while I stood there laughing at him. He was so goddamn drunk he could barely stand up, so it wasn't much of a threat. But anyway, that's kind of the state of this town. Fucking degenerates everywhere. It's not the most glamorous place I've ever slept. But Poland's not the most glamorous country I've ever been. Looks like Poland has their own national dance. I didn't know that.
Pole dance.
Wow. This is right across the street from where I'm camped, an entire block of abandoned building. This looks open. Just walk in here, and over here is more abandoned building. Wow, that looks like a good way to go in. Lots of trash in here. Looks like somebody was living in here. Not sure how long ago. Fuck, what is this? I don't smoke anything, so I wouldn't know that from rat shit. Damn, I could have slept in here. This is like a nice apartment. All I have to do is move across the street. Pretty easy. Up into the attic. Nice. Looks like there's a way onto the roof. Seems like you can only move around so much in one section of the building. So to get into another section, maybe I can find a way down from the roof. Not the most stable ladder, but whatever. I'm sure there's a roof hatch somewhere. Oh shit. Somebody fucking put a bunch of nails in a board down there like it's fucking Home Alone or some shit. So I guess I'm not going this way. Another abandoned section of the building. The apartments have been sealed with cinder blocks. Ah, there's one that's open. It really stinks in here. Ugh, somebody's shit in here. This place is shitty.
Doesn't seem like the place to do this. No.
Right, I think I'm gonna get out of here before I run into anybody else. Now I know there's people living here. I should probably not hang around too much.
Hang on.
I think I'm gonna get stinks in here. Ugh, somebody's shit in here. This place is shitty.
Yep. That's a dude.
Alright, I think I'm gonna get out of here before I run into anybody else. Now I know there's people living here. I should probably not hang around too much. Alright, I just crawled out of there. It's my last morning in Wrocław. That's how you pronounce this town, Wrocław. Finally figured that one out. It's kind of like Berkeley with all the drunk squatters and street punks, but none of the prestige. I would have probably liked it more if I didn't already have my fill of grimy college towns back in the United States. And this place might be even more drunk than any of those towns. Okay, so there's a guy over there sleeping in this little abandoned thing. That was like right next to where I was sleeping. So I guess we have been neighbors the whole time. I'm just glad to be getting out of here.
Now we're in Austria.
I gotta say, after Poland, this place just feels a lot cleaner. Here's some cover right along the riverbank. Hopefully there's no fucking thorns. This is a lot of cover here. Maybe too much. At this point, I don't give a shit. I'm tired. I'm gonna roll out of here and get some sleep. I woke up, the entire interior of my bivvy was crawling with ants.
Ooh.
I must have been brushing them off for the last 30 minutes. I think there's probably still a few on me. Back to square one, finding a place to camp. Looks like we got some sort of building here that appears to be abandoned. The windows are boarded up. That'll work. I'll jump down there and conceal my stuff in the leaves. Can't tell from the video, but it smells like a fucking barn. Looks pretty though. I wonder what's in here. Never mind. This thing's cool as shit. It's a wooden knight that they just put a bunch of nails into until it was more nails than wood.
That is actually really cool.
Alright, this is where I slept. It's pretty fucking dirty
Yeah,
back here.
he has had his stuff stolen before, yeah.
But I found this door and I slept on top of that. I feel like shit this morning. I don't know if I'm sick or what, but I fucking feel like shit. I'm just gonna push through it. The fuck else am I gonna do? Hang out here? I've been sitting in this patch of grass for like 2 hours now, going in and out of sleep. I don't know what the fuck I look like, but some kid was stood over there for about 5 minutes and we had a staring contest. And I think the son of a bitch won. Anyway, I gotta force myself to get up. I got a real bad craving for bananas right now for some fucking reason. Alright, got my bananas. And I found a nicer place to be sick in. So, just hang out here for a while and be a sick piece of shit here. How do you get a plant to do this? I'm more amazed by the density of this thing than the shape of it, honestly. It's got some fucking heft to it. Alright, so here's some interesting shit. Trotsky, Freud, Tito, Hitler, Stalin all pretty much lived in this town at the same time. I know Hitler went to this cafe down at the end of the street, and I think Trotsky did too. I'm not sure if they hung out together, but there it is. I'm gonna go take a look through the window. This is a badass cathedral here. I just noticed all this scaffolding on it. And I got this really stupid idea. I'm gonna jump over this dinky little chain here.
Yeah. Oh God.
Head
No.
that direction. Duck behind that fence. Alright, I'm in some kind of construction area. No one's the wiser. Here I go, through here. There's a whole park full of people right in front of this damn church, but I don't think anybody's gonna be able to tell that I'm up here. There's a screen right there. It's front lit. I can see them, but they won't be able to see me. Time to start climbing. This screen is somewhat transparent and it's kind of freaking me out a little bit, but I'm pretty sure nobody can see me. You don't see this every day up this close. Shit. Too much fucking noise. I'm just gonna fucking lay down and chill for a minute. Let's bring this ladder down. Shit.
God, I'm really bad at this. This is the very top. There's the park down there. And no one has any idea. That's good. I was hoping it went all the way up to the towers. The only way to get up there is to free climb the actual face of the building. And I mean, this thing is hundreds of years old, so I'm not gonna rely on the stability of that. Well, I fucking tried, so whatever. I don't want to break the building and I don't want to die, so go back down, I guess. And
That's fair.
to being legal, ordinary citizen of the world, or whatever the fuck. Who cares? It's just a shame I couldn't get up to the towers. Oh well. There will be other cathedrals, hopefully. I think there's one over there. All right. Cathedral number 2, the biggest one in Vienna. There's a bunch of people over there. But if I can get onto the roof of this thing and then get into there. Okay. I just jumped that fucking thing and I'm in. There's tourists down there taking photos. I don't think they can see through the screen though. I'm just gonna keep going up. Fucking birds. And still no one has noticed me. Good. Guess I'll keep going up. Make
Guy's
my way around
insane.
this way. And I'm almost to the roof. I'm definitely not supposed to be up here. Everybody down there is looking up at this thing and taking photos of it, and I'm pretty far away from them, so I don't think that they're gonna be able to spot me. Shit, can that guy see me? Seems like he's looking right at me. Okay, no. What's back here? Oh, weird. It's a corridor back here. I really want to see what's at the end of this. There are some pieces of wall every 2 steps or so that I can hide behind. 1, 2. Okay, that was 3. Whatever. Don't think anyone noticed. This guy is looking up. Look down. I'm somewhere on the front of the building here. If I duck down really low, maybe I can move around the entire length of the building.
Oh,
That's
God.
not the fucking Calvary. Nah, I don't think it is. People are still down there taking photos. This is probably the stupidest goddamn thing I've ever done. But it is entertaining. I can hide behind the banner.
I mean, at least he acknowledges it's stupid. This is Vagrant Creed. This isn't Vagrant Creed fair.
Good. And it looks like there's some sort of thing there I could hide behind. There's some old people. And they have one of those fancy condos across the street from the cathedral. Okay. Now it looks like there's some sort of vent. Those fucking old people over there. What are those old people doing? Nothing. Fuck, this appears to be the end of my journey. There's mesh on the outside and the inside of that, and the openings are way too small to crawl in. There's really nowhere else to go from here. I'm gonna chill for a minute. There's 2 fat guys looking up at the cathedral. There's an Asian couple across the street adjusting their window. Don't come outside. Don't come outside, you fucking goddamn son of a bitch. Well, I'm fucking stuck here because now there's an Asian couple across the street looking at the cathedral, eye level with me at the moment, so I'm hiding behind this thing and hoping they fuck off. These are, I think they're like ceramic. They look like ceramic tiles to me. Oh good, they're fucking gone. Perfect. Alright, just got out of there. Here's the police van that was sitting here the whole time I was up there. There was no one in it. Nice. Alright, last few hours in Vienna. I'm getting out of here. It's like a smaller, cleaner version of Paris without the distinctive neighborhoods. It all kind of blend into me, but everything I saw was good.
Okay. Nuremberg. Oh boy.
I'm headed to a park near the bus station. I'm gonna see if I can find a place to camp in there. Large open areas and lots of activity. This park is not gonna be suitable for camping. I think I saw an abandoned building over there, so I might check that out. I just jumped a gate surrounding an abandoned building nearby the park. There's a lot of
I think they have a
activity surrounding
Batman
the building,
True.
lots of apartments, but I did find an open door. This is the inside. It's got a restroom. Water still works, even
Well,
if it is a little grimy.
It's yellow.
There is a bit of dust. It looks like this building has not been empty for very long. The only problem is getting in and out of here is going to be a pain in the ass because there's so much activity around the building.
This is where I slept. I used this air mattress thing to keep myself off the dusty floor.
Oh, that's interesting. There's a motion detector there. Huh. Doesn't fucking work. I'm gonna move very fast. I'm gonna turn the corner and I'm gonna jump that little wall and then I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. Hopefully nobody saw that. I'm gonna walk into town, see what this place is all about.
So apparently this is the red light district. One STD is only 14 euro. 2 STDs, 24 euro.
Literally STDs. That's actually really funny. Hang on, I gotta see what it's actually saying. Let me do this. German to English. Okay. Bring this up over here, and then I'll go back to this. Okay, what does this say? It's been a while since Ooh, really? Did you mean this? Yes. Oh no. Oh. Oh, interesting. So, yeah. Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, this is a little bit more crude, but it gets the point across. It's a no-tell motel with happy endings.
24 STDs. I don't fucking know, man. It's too many STDs. Alright, check this out. Fucking cigarettes in Europe. This is what the packaging looks like. I just found this on the ground. But, like, every single package of cigarettes has something horrific on it. Like, some fucking shit from a horror film. Like, I can't even tell what this is. Looks like somebody's mouth falling apart. Maybe people like this shit. It's just fucking disgusting. But, you know what? People keep buying it. I just woke up this morning, and it appears that I am trapped in here. The fucking door won't open. I think what happened was this thing was not fully latched when I found it, and last night when I came in and I shut the door behind me, it fully latched. Well, unfortunately, it does not have a doorknob. The mechanism is exposed. So if I can find something to use, I can get out of here. This is what I have to work with here. The shovel's not gonna help me. None of this stuff is gonna help me. It's round. I need something square or flat. Baskets. Not gonna do me any good. What is this? Well, that's perfect. I don't know what the hell it is, but whatever. It works. What? So, this is my key from now on. I can lock myself in and out of here. Perfect. I'll just hide this in here. Look at this nice building. Nice archways, nice, pleasant, peaceful place to walk around. Built by the fucking Nazis. Anyway, this is like some sort of stadium that they built. Might be one of the largest examples of Nazi architecture to still exist. That kind of looks like weapon damage. And this piece of fucking wall is missing altogether.
The haughty German eagle looks down on German dead, lying still in defeat.
Nice area. All right, well, I'm gonna head over to Zeppelin Field. Here it is, or at least what's left of it. Looks like they got most of that area fenced off. Weird thing to do to a historic area.
Well, no, it's not a weird thing to do. It's because they don't want people to fuck it up. Kanye rally, you're not wrong.
I know the United States made a big show about blowing the swastika off the top of this building.
Yep.
The swastika will no longer flaunt its crooked arms above the Nazi shrine.
From looking at it now, you really can't tell what this place used to be.
Yeah. It's right? It's the same place.
Alright, so that's it for Nuremberg. I like this town. It's a nice traditional German town. You can still tell the British bombed the shit out of it back in the day, though, because there are a lot of parts that are more modern. So in those areas, it does feel like you're in some American Midwest small town. So that's the end of my trip. I'm going to end it right here. It's got a good view. It's got a waterfall. It's got a river, all that bullshit. Perfect.
Hey kid, pretty fucked up, huh? Mm-hmm. Get up. You need a lift home? I can't go home. Can't sleep on the grass. The snails will crawl on your face.
Fair. Well, here's the video. I know he doesn't do anything anymore, but I'm sure he's still making money. Go, at the very least, like the video. He's awesome. We have a couple more videos, but it's up to you guys as to what we want to do. We can watch more Steve. We got Joe is Hungry. We got Roll for Sandwich. Just an FYI, if we're going to be doing Joe is Hungry and Roll for Sandwich, I think it actually might be time for me to get something because I'm starting to get a little hungry, which is fine, but it's going to take some time. And actually, I might do that anyway. More Steve. We want more Steve, huh? Well, this is stealth camping in highway median, which will be really, really interesting. More Steve. Oh, God. You guys like Steve, huh? Okay, well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to go BRB for a couple of minutes. Get up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, grab whatever. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and then we'll watch Steve as he stealth camps a highway median. So yeah, give me a few, I'll be back, and then we'll keep going. I is back. And now I got something to eat, which is good. And now we can turn our attention to more Steve being Steve. So hopefully everybody's here. Hopefully everybody's ready. Because it's Steve time.
Welcome to Camping with Steve. It's Thursday again. The poll results showed that you guys want to see me sleeping in a highway median. I'm going to do this safely, so I've picked a good one that shouldn't be too much danger from a truck or something careening off the road. But I'm going to jump out, and beautiful wife's going to pick me back up tomorrow after I successfully camp the night hidden in a highway median between the east and westbound lanes of the Trans-Canada Highway 16 Yellowhead. So we will get to that right now.
Steve, I'm just going to come out and say it, buddy. If you're going to stealth camp, you typically don't tell people exactly where you're going to be stealth camping.
Well, we needed some fuel, so we pulled over here, but I don't think this place is open. Looks like the no jack service has seen better days. Okay, I'm gonna go quick. I found this spot. This is what'll give me away. Beautiful wife just dropped me off. And I gotta go through this. Okay.
No, he's going to be camping here.
Oh, it is deep.
This is the median in the middle of a highway. So it's like it's probably like a 2 or 4 lane highway on either side. And he's going to be camping in the middle in between.
It is deep. That's what I was afraid of. Okay. Okay, that's manageable. All right. And here we go. Into the woods up this little hill. This is awesome. Lots of good opportunities up here. Lots. And yes, my beautiful wife has just drove away, so I am feeling strangely alone and uncertain out here right now.
I've seen way too many people fall asleep in cutover medians, no effing way, but this is a hell of a median. It really is.
It's gonna be a relaxing night. The freakiest part, I guess, was just the feeling when the car drives away and I'm in the middle of a highway median, a couple hours out of town. But it'll feel a lot better once I get the hammock set up, because that's what I'm using tonight. And once I can take a look and see if it's noticeable from outside. I don't think it is, because it was real hard to see in here. So probably going to be no fire tonight, but we'll see what happens.
There's one thing about Steve that constantly bugs me, and so far I've seen it in every single video he's ever done. His boots are always untied.
Okay, some people do ask, and what I use for my hammock is a Hennessy hammock. This one is the Expedition Asylum Classic. Now, I picked this up in Edmonton at a place called MEC, Mountain Equipment Co-op. Oh, in the snow I go. So, I forget what it cost, but they're available places online. Amazon's got them as well. I don't have a link for it, but it's easy to search. And it's there's better ones, and I'll explain about that later. That'll work nice. It's nice when the trees line up perfectly like this.
Trust me, watch him while he's walking. There is no way his boots are tied. And you'll never be able to unsee it.
That's not gonna hold. I'll learn knots one of these days when I got the time, but there's a lot on my plate right now. So I'll just go with the usual rule of thumb. Tie lots. Tie lots or wake up on the ground. On this hammock, these parts called snake skin. Makes the whole procedure a little less of a nightmare from just opening up a bunched up hammock in a bag. This is a lot nicer to deal with. Got the hammock adjusted. These things you can actually put down lower to the ground and provide a little more cover. I don't think I'm gonna have a problem out here unless somebody drives by and they're very meddlesome, because this is the middle of nowhere out on a highway, and who's gonna pull over if they see somebody camping in the median? My guess is nobody. So I'm feeling a little emboldened, but we're gonna take a look at what it looks like from down there. And of course, step 2.
Oh God.
Out here today at Canadian Club, 12 years.
Oh,
So
good.
Good.
Great. He's going to get completely shit-faced on Canadian whiskey, and apparently he doesn't realize that cops do exactly what he's thinking people aren't going to do.
I do like my beer, but it's a lot to carry, especially when you have to backpack it through a big ditch. So we're gonna get a sip of this happening really quickly. You guys won't believe this.
Oh, crazy neighbor passed away? Fuck.
I have a knife with me today, so I'm learning. It's not a good knife, but it does the job. And of course, pack it in, pack it out. Can't leave any garbage out here, or else they'll start cracking down on people camping in the medians of the highways. That's actually not bad. I like it. I'm right up here at the top of the hill, and there's the 2 lanes. There's westbound there, there's eastbound there, and they're separated by quite a distance, so it gives a nice big median in here. It's up a hill, so if a vehicle was to come careening off of the road, it wouldn't be able to get up here and squish me. So got the setup right there. There's some animals up here in this these strange parts. We've still got a couple hours of daylight here, and this is probably seeming almost too easy for me. I might start a small fire and try to keep that hidden.
Jesus,
I
Steve.
don't want to get too much closer to the road, because if I'm this far in, they shouldn't be able to see me, particularly if I stand still. They can't really get a good view until they're like right beside, so they'd have to be looking right out their window. And most people are focused on the road anyways. They're not looking for anybody camping in the median, so, and I don't think they'd care. But I want to get out once there's a break in traffic and see what I can see with this setup from out here. Except if somebody sees me walking around in the ditch, they're going to assume that I need help or something, or that I'm a murderer. I don't know. So I don't want to arouse any more suspicion than I have by leaving this one set of footprints coming into the median. Okay, I got a quick break in traffic. This is where I came in. That's the highway there. And from here, there is no seeing anything. This is gonna be a walk in the park. Like, I'll just walk up through here, the way I came in. And yeah, that is stealthy. It's a nice color for the hammock because it doesn't really stick out. A lot of camping stuff, they like to make it like yellow or bright blue. So this works quite nicely.
Well, yeah, but that's because
off the main road just in the nick of time.
he's talking about camping gear as if he doesn't understand why most camping gear have bright colors. It's so you can fucking see it. You don't want to lose your campground because everything looks the same, you dingus.
With some slightly warmer weather here, and I mean that relatively because this is very unusual even for here. Like, this is normally a cold place, but typically by the 1st of April the snow is pretty well gone. You can expect another little bit of snow.
Yeah, or get shot by someone hunting. Yeah.
But anyway, it is warmer, so I can get back to almost my summer pack setup here. And I'll show you what I got in the pack because we got some time to kill before I start rummaging around for a little more firewood. And speaking of which, got this little hatchety doodad.
Oh, good.
Inexpensive, but good to have.
Yeah.
Packs up small.
Sure.
All my stuff is from Canadian Tire. I don't have links to it because they don't really sell it on, well, they do sell it on the Canadian Tire website, but that's not worldwide, and most of my viewers are not in Canada. So this is a Woods brand. It's Woods camping equipment. Oh, a friendly little train to keep me company tonight too. That's awesome.
Steve, you're gonna hate that fucking train when it's 2 o'clock in the morning and it comes through and it's blasting.
I got my step 2. I got bear spray because I don't know if there's any bears still in hibernation or not, but this kind of looks like the spot where you'd expect a bear to actually be denning. So I got this in case I've set up beside a bear's hibernaculum, and I don't want to startle it. It'll probably be a little hungry this time of year, but I think they're still pretty well sleeping for the year. And I also am not too concerned because I don't see any evidence around here, that type of thing. And I got old Trusty here with me. Moving right along, I got this, again, a Woods brand. This is a mummy bag, good for -12, so that means for like around freezing probably. I've used it successfully in some coldish weather. I got a little stove because I wasn't sure if there was going to be any accessible firewood or if the fire would give my location away too badly. So this is also inexpensive stuff. Just an isobutane stove. This little guy here, she screws on there, and this, I have no idea where I got it, but I think it was about 20 bucks. And you know, they're all pretty much the same. So this is the emergency cooking setup in case it's a little sketchy to start the fire and get the fire going.
Steve, you're in the middle of the fucking highway. It's a really bad idea to be starting a fire.
But for electronics, I got my just a battery charging pack to keep the camera batteries charged and my cell phone charged. To arrange for pickups. A little folding tripod chair, because the hammock will work really good for a seat, but I never know when I get here if I'm actually going to find a good spot to set up the hammock. And this is, I just bring it just because. It can also be a nice little stool to set stuff on. And you know, aside from that, I brought smoked sausages today. They're Grimm's brand. And that just makes me pleased, because I'm always craving them every time I start up a campfire. And you know what? Tonight I'm having some. So I gotta rummage around for a little firewood in a bit here. I'm gonna have a couple more sips of whiskey here.
No, Steve.
That'll give me the courage I need to wander a little closer to the highway.
No, Steve.
To rummage through some really dry looking wood out there. And we have a paper birch here. It's a spindly little thing. It's not much of a tree, but it's still a paper birch all the same. And that bark, if I know anything from watching real bushcraft channels, is that should burn. And failing that, I've got a backup.
Why?
Nothing incredibly fancy. I just got a whole bunch of flyers that I can crumple up and start a fire with. So no explosions today or anything to start the fire, or big torches or that type of thing, because we're backpacking in, right? But yeah, let's explore around here. I've seen a few squirrels already, and a lot of bunny droppings. So that's where we're at here, and just gonna.
I've seen squirrels and rabbit poop. Oh, good.
Chill, relax for the evening. Oh, this is sweet. No shortage of firewood around here. This is nice. Didn't have to bring that little stove, but it's not bad to have.
Stealth and whiskey goes together never. This is true.
Birch. Out here collecting a little firewood, and I see this. Strange to see out here. I don't see a pond anywhere nearby. This was gnawed down by a beaver, a big humongous beaver. And I just don't know why they'd be up here, but yeah. Piece of wood here. We'll have this fire started in no time, guys. And just in time, the sun is on the way down, and we're going to have a good night. All right. Fire time.
Oh, God. Steve,
I
no.
put up a community post, and I think someone might know where I am. A trucker
Yeah.
just honked
Yeah, he does. He does stealth camping in a roundabout. Yep.
a whole bunch when he went down the road, like honk, honk, honk. So, if that was you, thanks for the hello. All right.
No, he's not using the KFC
Sorry,
log.
Co-op, not buying your stuff today. Just gonna get a fire started with ya.
Well, don't mush it into the snow, you idiot.
This is oddly one of the more real fires I've made without using all the pyrotechnics and stuff that I sometimes do.
Oh, there's one that I do have to show you after this. It's, like, for the most part, it's okay. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Let me do this, because it's almost, like, we got, like, 40 minutes left, so we won't be able to get through this and the other one. But, let me do this. I can find it really quick. Where is it? Tent within a tent? I don't think that was it. Was it this one? No. It definitely wasn't tent within a tent. I know that. Luxury U-Haul, seaside cabin, abandoned rail, abandoned highway, dump truck stealth camping, which was galactically dumb. Girlfriend update, no. What's his name again? Steve Wallace. What was it? Here we go. Maybe it was the U-Haul one. I don't remember it being the U-Haul one. I don't remember that. Maybe, yeah, no, I guess it was. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Okay.
So, I'm going to get a U-Haul down to the campground here, which, of course, is right across the road. That makes the $29.99 for a big one very worthwhile. Now,
Okay, here we go. He's going to take 120 sparklers and start a fire with them. This is what I wanted you guys to see.
I've lit a fire.
We'll watch the other one. We'll finish the other one off in a second, but this is fucking hilarious.
every way I can think of, other than 120 king-size sparklers all attached together. Let's do this. Look at that. Ooh. It's heavy. You could play baseball with this thing. Wow. Okay. One of them wasn't very impressive. Needs more power, but maybe the remaining 119 of them will start the fire.
Oh no.
I had a friend once that just had a normal pack of 10, and he was visiting my place, and he lit them all and held them in his hand. And it got so hot, he threw them onto my grandmother's antique plate sitting on the table, and the plate shattered. Then it burned the antique wood table underneath of it. But we're okay, we're in a campsite. What could go wrong? Don't even know how to do this. Wow. Okay. You can really smell the chemicals coming off of this. Oh boy.
Also, by the way, I know I shouldn't have to say anything, but just don't do this at home. Here we go.
So I picked a spot here with the bathrooms right there, and that's really nice and close. Today I brought a pizza oven. I've been lugging this with me all winter, and I'm finally getting to use it. I used it once before when I tried to film this video that did not go well, and hopefully this time goes better. So yeah, it just runs on propane. Picked it up from Superstore. It was a reasonably good deal, and you can cook all sorts of things in it. Pizza.
You can cook all sorts of things in it, and he stops at pizza. Oh, Steve, why? I mean, to be fair, it is a nice little oven that you can hook up via propane.
Although I'm not quite hungry yet, which people will understand because I eat late, gonna get things prepped. So, easiest way I've found to roll out dough. I just got these frozen balls of dough that I've thawed out. Is in between a few sheets of parchment paper. I got a love-hate relationship with thin crisp. I'll have to make a couple because they're so thin. That's okay. It's also nice in a camping situation not to handle the dough too much, because although, yes, there's a washroom and we wash our hands, There's a bunch of stuff flying around, probably whatever chemicals are in those sparklers. Things get around and we don't want a problem.
Steve, the sparkler chemicals wouldn't have been a problem if you didn't light 120 of them in one go. It's like, okay, the thing I love about Steve, like, okay, Vagrant Holiday, perfect example, right? The guy doesn't know what's going to happen, but to be fair, he doesn't really give a shit. He's doing it because it was a dare or it was a challenge or whatever, and he knows he can do it. Steve, on the other hand, it's like watching somebody stumble successfully through everything.
Health-wise. Get a little pizza ready. A lot of people do cornmeal on the bottom, so it slides off easy. I'm not that good. What happens is all the toppings fly off and it stays right on. So I'm doing my training method where I use a piece of parchment paper on the bottom, and I got this little part here. I can put it in the pizza oven. After a few seconds, the bottom separates from the parchment. I can pull the parchment out, don't spill any toppings, hopefully. So see how this goes. Real simple one, because I don't want to waste a lot of ingredients if things don't go well. That's how you know it's the good dry cured pepperoni, when it comes with a desiccant in the package.
Fair.
So pepperonis.
I mean, to be fair, that looks like a pretty decent pizza.
Parchment comes off like that.
Okay.
And I'll spin it around, make sure she doesn't burn. That'll work for me. It's not incredible, but it's probably edible.
To be fair, that does not look like a terrible pizza. I'll be honest, it doesn't look like the best pizza in the world, but it really doesn't look like a terrible pizza. But those were the two things I wanted to show you, were him almost dying because he almost blew himself up, and him making a pizza. That's a simple pizza. Well, I mean, it's got cheese, got pepperoni, he cut up a little bit of onion, a little bit of pepper, and a little bit of mushroom. The mushrooms and onions and peppers look raw still. I mean, it's Steve. We're not expecting miracles here. It's literally Steve.
But you can't have those big torches and stuff over here. I'll give you away in no time. So, yeah. We've all lit fires before, most of us. And this is my method. A lighter.
Well, yeah.
And that's what I'll have to use until I get Joe out here to show me how to use fire steel. But this is a lot smaller, lighter, easier to use. There we go.
I don't know.
Oh yeah. This is awesome.
Okay, I guess so.
The sun sets on another day. Another day in this world.
Steve, stop drinking, please.
Yeah, that is a a modest fire, and if I keep it small like this, we're not going to have any problems at all. No fire bans yet, and this has thrown enough heat to keep me quite comfortable.
Well, Steve, your blood alcohol level is drastically increasing by the second, so, you know.
Well, another good reason to bring this stool is because I set the fire pit and I set up the cot, or the hammock, and the smoke is blowing right at it. So to not get smoked out, I'm sitting over here for right now. And it's burning a little pit in the snow here, so that really hides the flame from the road. Smoke is a bad thing if you're seriously going to have a fire while you're stealth camping. Probably a rocket stove is best, or a Dakota fire hole. I built one of those in another video that actually worked incredibly well. But unfortunately, there is no building Dakota fire holes in snow. So this is what we're working with today.
A Dakota fire hole.
I gotta cut a switch.
I gotta find that one.
To roast up a hot dog or two, or smoked sausage with a little mustard, because finally I get my meal I'm craving every time. As soon as the fire comes on, I'm thinking I should be roasting a hot dog or something like this on there. So that's the next step, is to cut a switch, and there's some fine looking ones.
Do you know the difference between a Native American fire and a white man's fire? Native Americans build a small fire and stand real close. White man builds a big fire and stands far away. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Over there that they're still green and they're small, and I've actually got a knife this time and a small little hatchety thing. So let the hunkering begin.
Steve, that is incredibly conspicuous.
Oh, yeah. Now this is sweet. Traffic has calmed down a fair bit. I'm gonna walk down and see what this fire looks like from out there on the highway.
I'm gonna be honest, Steve, it probably looks like a fire.
Because I think we got a little break in traffic here. I don't have a light with me, but there's a super moon coming out, so that should give us good light until I can find the flashlights. All right.
It melted into the snow. Oh God.
These are the tracks through the snow from where I came in, if you can see me or see the tracks. And from down here, I don't see a thing.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't see a thing from down here. And that's awesome. I'm gonna walk a little further out along the tracks towards the road.
Oh no, Crit, that's the funny thing. Steve and his wife are no longer together. He's got a girlfriend now.
This was deep snow. Yeah. That is so. Car coming here. Get back in there. Awesome. Yeah, even with the fire going. Oh, yeah.
No, in this one it was his ex-wife. Absolutely. In this one it was his ex-wife. He called her beautiful wife. But he and beautiful wife are no longer together. As of, I think, like maybe a year or two ago. And then I guess like 2 or 3 months ago, he put out an update, showing his girlfriend. So he's not only terrorizing all of Canada, but because his girlfriend is American, he now goes back and forth between Canada and the US and stealth camps.
Yeah, they'll never see that. They'll never see that from me. Awesome. My best guess was that this highway was really going to slow down at night. That's not the case. There's a lot of truckers delivering much needed provisions right now. I made myself a hot dog stick.
Oh, okay.
It cost me dearly.
Jesus, Steve.
This is what I had for a Band-Aid, but
What did you do?
that was that stupid axe. It's way too sharp.
What? Steve. Well, okay, the good news is even though he did cut himself, we know he didn't bleed to death in the middle of the highway, because this was a couple of years ago, right? This is 5 years ago, so he's still going. We know he didn't bleed to death, so at least there's that. He had a wife then, yeah. Personally, I think she just got sick of his obsession with stealth camping and just gave up.
A nice smoked sausage, and we'll toast the bun up a little. Put some mustard on it. This is going to be good. Real good. Then I'll crawl into this train wreck here. And going to be done for the night.
Oh, yeah, great. Good job, Steve. He had to bring the fart mustard.
Oh, yes.
All right. Now here is how it's supposed to work, kind of.
There's no way I can show this on camera, but you get in through a Ziploc thing on the bottom. We'll catch you on the inside.
What?
Well, I finally got it set up in here so I can sleep. So we'll see you guys in the morning, and I'll actually show you in daylight what this thing is all about. And I'll try to hook it up a little bit better, because yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be hitting the ground by the morning. And I got to learn how to tie some knots, I think. But
Steve,
see you guys in the morning.
You're drunk. Go to sleep.
Huge shout out to all the beer donation guys. I am discouraging that right now because there's food banks and health services and everything else that could probably use those donations a lot more than me. But I do thank the people that have donated. So thank you all so much for the donations.
He tried to stealth the G spot.
Oh, I'm really going to hunt for another beer. I'm going to...
Steve, you're drunk. Go to bed.
Maybe I'll get to sleep. It is so peaceful out here. Surprisingly peaceful. The road traffic has died right down, and there's the occasional train that comes by, and I don't mind that one little bit. So we'll see you guys in the AM. Survived the night and didn't get busted. So the strange thing about this hammock, you have to get in from that bottom, as I was saying. So it's not easy to get in and out if you got to use the bathroom, which I do. So that pretty much means I'm up for the day, because I'm not going to wiggle back into this thing. It is, it's a little bit of a tricky system. But there's other ones that have a zipper on the side, which I'd recommend those, to be honest. Alright, let's go do this. I put in the call to Crazy Neighbor to come and pick me up so that Beautiful Wife can sleep in a little bit
The beer donations credits were almost as long as Lord of the Rings. Is the next 20 minutes of this I don't know crit.
today. And he'll be here probably within an hour and a half or so. So I'm going to slowly start taking this down and get ready to jump out of this median here as soon as he pulls up alongside of the road. But fire's out, everything worked really good. It was a good, successful night. Definitely didn't get spotted or caught, so that's awesome. And the way my understanding of trespass out here is, and don't take me as legal advice on this.
Also, he just air quoted trespass as if it's some bullshit innocuous thing.
My understanding is that in order to be actually charged with any trespassing, you need to have gone past a fence or a sign. If it's just bare land, they can ask you to leave, that's for sure. But without a no trespassing sign or a fence or something like that to indicate that it is private property, that you should be in the good. And that's just here, and that's the research that I did years ago. So that's kind of what I'm going with, but at any rate, this is almost certainly public land because it's a highway median. Nobody would be foolish enough to own this little piece of property because it's pretty useless to farm, and it's pretty loud if you wanted to live here, but yeah, anyway.
Oh, Steve.
Well, I'm sad to admit it, but I think I'll be upgrading this hammock here. It's been pretty good for me, but just that getting in through the bottom Velcro there just doesn't work for me anymore. So I like the brand. I'm probably going to stay with this Hennessy company and see what else they have out there. But it also has, it has a few burn holes in it from being by the fire, and that won't bode well in mosquito season, because that should be happening here within the next month or 2 months, depending on how this weather goes. Anyway, if you guys got suggestions on a hammock, let me know if you got one that you really like, and I'll look into these and see what I can get. I got my pack here ready to go when Crazy Neighbor pulls up there, and then I'll just jump in real quick. That won't be for a little bit, but I'm ready when he does show up. And again, don't take this as a instructional channel by any stretch. It's barely even entertainment. So, bring first aid kit, or at the very least a Band-Aid or something.
It's barely entertainment.
Let people know where you're going if you're doing this. I did shoot off a GPS pin location to my wife, Beautiful Wife, and Crazy Neighbor, just in the event that if they didn't hear from me or something, the next day they'd know where to start looking. And yeah, it's a good thing for any type of camping, particularly stealth, because you're usually way out of the way trying to not be seen. So that's what I'll say about that. I want to climb to the top of this hill and get a good look at both sides of the road here and see how the location looks from out there. Holy moly. How about that? Got some whiskey left. Breakfast whiskey.
No, not breakfast
Yum, yum. I
whiskey.
didn't actually drink much whiskey last night.
No, don't.
The snow here is still devastatingly deep. And this is where I didn't want to walk to yesterday. So it's a pretty good indication that if anything were to come careening off of the highway, it would not make it up this hill. But if I were also to camp up here in this spot,
She passed away, really? No
way
shit.
too obvious. It is a nice clearing and everything, but it would be in a little bit more of the line of sight of the traffic. So, yeah. Just waiting for my ride to arrive, and then we're gonna make the frantic break out across the highway to the other side for the pickup. So, thanks for watching on this crazy adventure. We're gonna have more. We're almost moved completely into the house now, so we had to get an extension for a couple of weeks because there was just too much to move. So, and not a lot of help right now. Anyhow, yeah, let's just set up the camera, and I'm gonna wait for crazy neighbor. Gonna move a little closer to the road too, so that we can run quickly as soon as he shows up.
They got married in a convenience store? Oh my god.
Just waiting for crazy neighbor to come along, pick me up.
Steve, your sweater has a hole in it that's really big where your elbow is. That sweater's not doing anything.
Here, they just drive right on past, even with me this close to the road. So you probably noticed, it's about time for a new sweater, but I needed something really powerful and ugly for this trip. So I got this old thing on, and I had this back in the boondocking days in like 2010. So this thing's had a good life, 10 years, and you know, I wore the snot out of it. So it's holding together for now, but just barely. And beautiful wife actually rescued this for me. I'd worked at the cemetery, and that's where I'd met her. And I got fired, and I'd left this at one of the job sites. It got hot one day, and I took it off when I was weed whacking around the grave markers. And I got fired, and I left this behind, and she grabbed it and held on to it for me. And then I think it's our second date or third date, maybe even longer than that, before she actually got it back to me. But it was really nice of her to save this little piece of boondocking history. So pretty much all that's left from those days. I don't have that RV anymore. The storage fees were building up, and I'd had it in storage in BC, and after a year or two I hadn't gone back, and I'd spent more in storage fees than it was worth, and I just couldn't justify that, so I gave it up to the storage lot, and somebody's got that now, but it's most likely scrap or garbage or something like that. But it is truly incredible. You don't have to go too far away from civilization, and then you start to find more nature. Not far away at all. Oh, I got a text. I wonder if that's the ride. Okay. crazy neighbor has just shown up, and he's parked across the road. I'm just waiting for a break in traffic here, and then I'll run across. And it always comes in waves, because you got that one slow driver at the start that slows everybody down. So where there's one car, there's always more. Yeah, I can see a semi coming, delivering much needed provisions. And as soon as he goes, I am gonna make a break across the road and warm up. I wonder if he's got a coffee for me. That would be nice too. Let's see. Okay, yeah, here we go. We are going across right now. Oh, another semi. Well, I don't have to be too stealthy on the way out, because I've already done the dirty deed.
I mean, it's... Even if somebody catches you at this point, just tell them you needed to take a crap. Nobody's going to want to... Like, even the cops, even if the cops stop at this point and see a man walking back to the car from the median, even if you tell... Listen, I'm sorry, officer. Like, I really needed to take a crap. I didn't... There was no place else to go. They're not going to go look for it. Do you think crazy neighbor thinks the same for this guy? I bet the neighbor does.
There's some traffic there. Not a problem. I'll just here. Nice. Holy man. I was really running on the way in.
Well, I mean, yes, but at the same time, think about it this way, right? He could have all the gear that he has on them, but if there's really no evidence, like if he sits there and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, officer, I was taking a crap," right? Oh, well, why do you have all this camping gear on? Well, I was just wearing it, and I really had to jump out and go. I don't think anybody would really question it. There's no evidence that he was doing anything bad other than taking a crap that he really needed to take. So, I mean...
Okay.
Plus, who hasn't...
That was a successful camp.
Who hasn't been on the highway and, like, needed to go to the bathroom? Like, just out of nowhere, all of a sudden you need to go. I think we've all been there at least once.
Oh, hey, crazy neighbor. Oh, it's going good. Yeah. All right. Thanks for watching, guys. And we'll see you next week. And until then, stay safe, and you're camping with Steve.
Oh, Steve. Here's the video for Steve. Go like the video. We jest with Steve, but to be fair, he's not a bad guy. He really isn't. So, hey, if you like the derpiness and you like all that good stuff, and I mean, let's face it, he really isn't a bad guy. He does have a heart of gold. Go follow the channel. Go like it. Please do. Unfortunately, that is where I'm going to be calling it. Ooh, excuse me. That's where I'm going to be calling it for the night, because it's just about 1 a.m. I'm hoping tomorrow goes better in terms of me feeling okay, but we will see. But I want to thank everybody for being here. We had True, we had Crit, we had Sophia, Aylin was here as well, Corgi, yeah, Spectre was here, a bunch of people. We had a bunch of awesome people. Pixel Pixie was here as well. Rainbow was here. So yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. Thank you for watching. Thanks for being with me tonight. And I will be back later on today But until I see all of you guys, gals, and pals, then have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing you guys later on. Thanks so much, everybody, for all the love and support and for watching. I will see you all later today. All right, guys, I'm out. Take care. Bye now.